Alrighty. And there we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome to session 12 of Beyond the Pale. How are we all doing today?
Oh, I am excited.
So I'm going to real quickly take a look because we did a vote that I don't think everybody participated in on
I participated.
What direction y'all are going to be going for today?
If we go north, I'm sitting down and not moving.
Well, then,
wow, you are...
Someone's probably going to be picking you up and carrying you.
Child.
Alright, so the votes right now... The votes right now are in favor of trying to find the second expedition instead of heading towards the Bronze Tree.
Okay, what is the Bronze Tree?
Why is it not 2?
Also, Max, I completely misread that. Thank you. I completely misread that, though. I didn't see the S on taking heads. I did not see that at first. I'm sorry.
Sometimes I wonder if I'm the stupidest person in this group.
Just imagining Maximus.
And it completely changes the context. Completely changes the context, too, because it says Max is here for 2 things, taking heads and being watched, as compared to sans the S.
Taking head and being
getting watched.
And being watched.
Oh, shit, that's a perfect beginning to this.
Everyone just staring at Maximus, he's like, what?
And he's just staring right back. He's like, I want you to watch this.
Oh, God.
Just doesn't break eye contact the whole time.
Oh, shit.
I would like to T-pose to assert my dominance.
I would like to infuse these nuts in your mouth.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Okay, with that out of the way, when we last left
off to a good start.
Yeah, no kidding.
What a start.
I can't even fucking clip that.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
So, where we left off, you all were in the village of Nahioro. You had just finished the execution of Deshandro the night before, and you were deciding... It is now the following morning, you are now deciding where you are all going to go, and based on the votes that you all did in the Discord, you are going to be... Or you've decided to go and find the second expedition.
I love democracy.
You're gonna hate it when the body gets brought together with the heart. No one listen to me.
Wait, we were supposed to listen to you? Since when?
Oh, for some reason the music just cut out. Let's,
Love that.
I
Perfect
was
time.
just confused that Healy is supposed to, like, be listened to. So we all...
I mean, sometimes I should be listened to, I feel like. Personally.
I mean, sometimes I should be listening to, but you don't see anybody listening to me.
Hey, I'm Arasi. We listen to Healy all the time.
No.
Okay? Healy is the voice of reason in this party.
Interesting theory. Interesting theory.
There's gonna be a whole room of people, though, that are gonna be like, Horns and Healy are the best out of the whole party, because they healed us, and no one else did.
And we threw a gigantic party. It was brilliant. What
So
party?
sad I missed it. I could have been there for the chaos.
So, do you all know or remember in what direction the second expedition went?
I think I have it in there. They had gone north.
They went
done-
towards the bronze tree.
Stop lying. Really.
Rolling persuasion right now.
I'm gonna say no, because the rest of the party knows full, or at least the people who are deciding they want to go after the second
No.
expedition know full well that the villagers said that they went north.
Fine. If we get near this body, I'm eating the heart. And none of you are stopping me.
You may try.
No. That's even more ominous.
You all frighten me. Thoroughly.
Easy there, urine boy.
It's like watching
Keely
a
rips open a
two-year-old eat
box and
something
just
they
starts
really shouldn't.
eating.
Also, real quickly, did all of your characters have breakfast to start the day?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, presumably.
All right. I'm going to say the villagers prepared for you a meal that had ingredients with the low protein, the vitamin rich, and the flavor enhancing traits.
Yay.
Fancy.
So, you all, for the next... well, actually, just instantaneous, I guess I should say. It adds a +1 to your morale for the low protein, +1 morale for the flavor enhancer, and then for the next 8 hours, which is your full travel time if you leave immediately, you have a +1 to con saves to prevent disease.
Ooh.
Okay.
So,
All right, let's go.
so you've had your breakfast, and you're heading out. Where you headed?
Towards the bronze tree, right?
I think
Yeah,
the
towards
villagers
Bond Street.
pointed the direction that we were supposed to head to follow the second
Where
expedition.
to Jesus.
I mean, if you all want to roleplay the interaction with the votes as much as possible, you're allowed to, but until such a time, the votes have it. And I believe Boss is... I'm going to quickly see what Boss had voted for.
That's what I was looking at too.
Boss did not vote. So,
That sounds about right.
so there are 6 of you. 3 of you voted to try and find the second expedition. 2 of you voted to go to the bronze tree. And no one voted for anything else. Boss is the only one who abstained from the vote. So, you have 5 people here. If you want to try to change each other's minds, you can, but I am going to say, time's ticking.
Can Squealy roll for a vote?
No. For all intents and purposes, Squealy's capacity to vote is rolled in with your capacity to vote to make for 1 vote.
What about JT?
Fair enough.
Which means you're
It's the
only
same with
half
my
a vote.
intelligence.
Technically, Healy
I
is
have half a
1/3
brain
of a
cell.
vote, because actually 1/4 of a vote. Because 1/4 is Healy, 1/4 is Squealy, 1/4 is Bugtholomew, and 1/4 is JT Crow.
I just
That too is how my brain cells are spread out.
this feels like the whole like Texas can split into like 5 states and have votes for each.
All right, time to go.
Hey, I'm
Type of
asking,
thing.
what's Texas?
It's a place
They wear
down
big hats.
south.
You
Big
see one of
hats.
the
Oh,
you
I
see
know
one
big
of
hat.
you see one of the male tribesmen turn around and she's like, Texas.
Hi, Texas! Wait, Texas doesn't have a big hat.
You have one of the villagers turns around and is like, Texas? You mean y'all Providence? No, kite sailor. And he just like walks away.
JT pops out. I know that hellscape.
All right, so either tell me what y'all are role playing out to decide on what you're doing, or tell me what direction y'all are headed.
I am adamant about this bronze tree.
Well, we can walk and talk. We can walk and talk.
Yeah, can we
Am-
walk and talk
Amarasi-
towards the bronze tree?
Yeah, let's walk and
Just-
talk and follow the river.
Raises his head is like, okay, so what if somebody were to have totally forgotten the events of the last day or so? What is the bronze tree?
The bronze tree is the
you
thing
have
I want
been
to talk
sleeping for quite a
to.
while.
So we're gonna follow your whim, just because you want to talk to something.
I mean, would you rather me talk to a tree or the heart get brought back to the body that is north to bring the plague back?
Poor Amarasi is just so
Doesn't-
confused.
Doesn't
Are
matter
you
Really
either
makes a
way.
good
saying you're-
point.
Are you saying you're going to give the heart back to the body?
No, but if we get close to the body and it's like, hey, give me this heart, what if the heart magically poofs into it? We don't know how it works.
Right?
Yes, if we played around with what ifs and everything, we would have unicorns to ride on.
Do you want
Unicorns are
unicorns to
real.
ride on? I can do that.
You can do that, Healy?
I can make some horses and put a carrot on their head.
Why don't we just walk and we'll talk this out?
I think that's a good idea.
I hate this.
We can
We
head.
just need to. We just need to decide which way to go.
Well, you see, we know that the body is sort of due
North.
north-ish. What if we went northeast till we hit the coast?
Which way is the tree?
Ooh. That's not a bad idea. We go a little bit more sort of inland, I guess.
I mean, you know, cutting a swath equatorially across this land would probably be a good idea.
I don't know what that word means.
An equator is kind of like a belt.
You know what
What's
you
a
hold
belt?
your pants up with?
Yeah. So we're
It's like
traveling.
it's like the pants of the island.
Yeah, we're traveling along the belt, and then we're gonna maybe go south.
Yeah. Go down the trouser leg.
I don't like this.
This analogy keeps getting worse and worse.
I mean,
you have
is that
to
where
see
the
ankles,
ship
you've
fruit
gone
is?
too
Is down
far.
the leg?
I don't know.
Why don't we go
Well,
and find out?
Let's find out.
Yeah, let's do it.
To the northeast, along the belt we go.
Woo!
We want to
Alright.
walk on water.
Who said anything about walking on water, Healy?
If we're going on a belt that's water.
No, it's not a water belt.
It's
It's,
just it's land.
think
Oh.
of it as
Fine.
it's a figurative belt.
I'm still gonna try to talk to the trees, though.
I'm sure
I
there'll
mean,
be
we're not
trees
gonna
on the
stop
way,
you talking to the
Healy.
trees. There's lots of trees around.
Speak for the trees, motherfucker.
Do the trees speak
How do
Vietnamese?
you know?
I speak Trianese. Trianese?
No. Just
No.
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 We travel.
So
I've
have you
been
all
in the presence
decided?
of trees. I can speak rudimentary Trianese.
Have we decided instead on all of you guys doing something else? On going northeast?
Yeah, I'll go northeast.
Is everybody happy with northeast? Yeah? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Are we all good? We all good?
All right.
Close enough.
Northeast. So you all head out.
Don't forget to be mapping, folks.
Yep.
So who is mapping?
Good
Not
question.
me.
I can map.
So
It's fine.
I'm gonna need a roll from whoever's gonna be mapping.
Yeah, I'll use
And a
my
roll
cartographer tools and map.
All right.
I need someone with navigation though.
So you'll be rolling to make the map. You're going to be using performance, and whoever is going to be helping you navigate, roll for navigator's tools.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
Who's navigating?
I got
that's a
it.
good question. Oh, very nice horns.
Nice.
That's for cartographer's tools.
Yep. Okay.
I'm blaming
So-
it on the fact that I'm down a compass.
I'm going to real quickly see if I
I
can...
thought I gave you back your compass.
Yes, and I
Didn't it
haven't
break?
been able to fix it because it still has the root stuff in it.
Gosh, I wish I could rearrange where everybody is on this Roll20 page and or how big.
I know,
Same.
right?
Well, you can. Or are you talking about like in the journals?
No. Like, the thing that has your characters across the bottom.
Yeah,
Because on my
so-
other window here, I have it smaller, and just because of the default size of those windows, it goes halfway up my screen.
So go to the gear, audio, video display, and put it to names only.
That's how mine's set.
Oh, that is so
Crap,
much
that's
better.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And then if you want to move the names on the, if you put your mouse over the name, there should be a little like 4-way
Yep.
cross. You can grab that and move the name wherever you want it.
Oh, that is so much better. Thank you, dude.
That's beautiful.
That is literally a lifesaver for me right now. Alright, so with those rolls, you have mapped the entire square to the northeast.
Woo!
It is fairly accurately oriented. Alright, there we go. Now I can zoom in, and now I can actually reveal the area, because now I can actually... now I can actually do this. Alright. There we go. Is anyone doing anything while you are traveling through this area?
Looking for
I'm
food to gather.
scowling.
So, Zamtruck is looking for food. And what did you say, Healy?
I'm scowling.
You're scowling? Nothing else?
Oh, hi.
mad.
Hi, Scowling. My name's Holmes. Nice to meet you.
So mad.
You can't always get what you want.
Don't tell me things I don't want to hear.
So, for that, Zamtruck, go ahead and roll survival for me to see what you're able to forage while you guys are going through.
Holy shit.
Ooh.
Go ahead, add that to your list there.
Yep.
Healy.
I was worried it was going to be bad. My practice rolls were really terrible.
No worries. You find, as you are getting a little bit further away from the because the sepulcher is to the northeast-ish, if I remember correctly. Once you get past that and you get a little ways away, you come across a patch of like thinner, what look almost like bamboo or cane shoots. I assume you want to just gather them up.
Yeah.
So, you gather them up. All right. And then next, you guys are going northeast again. I assume just all 3 blocks. All 3, 4.
4.
Yes. Oh wait.
Could we
Yeah,
maybe
4
do a-
squares.
East, then a north. Kind of map out the area a little bit more.
Yeah.
Instead of just having a diagonal dot of squares.
Yeah, you could do that.
We can go east 1 and then north 1 and then east 1
Hmm.
and then north
Yeah.
1.
I think that would make more sense.
All right. Well, you went northeast for the first one.
Yeah.
So, east for the next one?
Yeah.
All right. Let me get them navigation cartographer, and if anyone is foraging, that one as well. All
There's
right.
cartographer.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I got bored from being mad and started foraging.
Very nice. Good
Did it quite
lord.
well as well.
It's all the hate.
Oh my
Very
God.
nice, Maximus.
Jeez, okay, y'all.
I did a thing.
Woo-hoo!
Okay.
This is getting ridiculous. What?
I'm
what's
just
going
Wow.
I'm curious for the sake of a test roll, just how bad.
Pretty bad.
Good to know that
Oh,
everybody
I'm
else
rusty.
is going to be doing well.
We'll have all your good
See what
rolls,
happens
it's
when you
fine.
sleep for like 5 days?
There we go.
No, I want to be well rested, obviously.
All right. So, we also, gosh, so many windows that I have open for this stuff.
Yeah, Sam, I need a 3rd monitor.
I could also use a 3rd monitor. I'm not going to lie.
At this point, I'm almost to the point where I need 4.
I feel that.
Mostly because like I have 1 up for support of the stream, 1 up for Roll20, 1 up for Discord, so I can actually see y'all's reactions in real time. And I still feel like there's something else I can have up that is a necessity.
My one screen is one of the curved monitors, so it counts as 2, and I love it.
Huh?
Oh, that's quite cool.
So, all right. Healy, while you all are traveling through, find a very unique looking flower blossom, almost like an orchid.
Ooh.
And Zamtarok,
Yes.
you see some shoots coming out of the ground that look vaguely like garlic shoots that you've seen in the market before. So,
Okay.
you both have found, I'm assuming you both are taking those. So you found 2 more plants.
I am taking the roots with it.
Zomtarak's
I'm
actually going to try
carefully
and...
dig it up.
Yeah, same. Zomtarak's going to dig out the entire garlic shoot and put it in one of the burlap sacks he has, and he's going to, like, wet the sack and the dirt.
Okay.
Hmm.
I see what you're
Gonna
doing.
ask
I
if I
like
can-
it.
Do the same thing.
I like it.
Krista, you have to let it grow.
And look at Zom and say, "Hey, can I do that with this?"
Sure.
All right. And also, just to kind of mitigate, because each block is 2 hours to travel, I am going to say that every 2 blocks, you need to have some food. So, you guys finished 2 blocks, so even if it's just a short little thing of you guys stopping and having some food, whether it's rations or whatever else you guys decide, have something.
Would you all like me to cook some food?
If we're not settling down for camp, do we really? Can we just kind of rustle something quickly up and get back on the move?
Are you asking that in character or are you asking out of character?
In.
Okay.
I mean, I can put together basically just some fruit and jerky.
Well, yeah, something like that's fine. I don't
Okay.
think we need to sit down and make a proper meal out of it, though. It's still quite bright.
Yeah. Sure.
All right. So some non-perishable rations and some perishable fruit. Anyone having anything different?
No, I'd be having that.
Nope.
All right. I assume for the next square, you guys are going north.
Good
Uh-huh.
safe assumption.
All right.
Yeah, we'll go north
Yeah.
and east.
22 for a small meal. Very nice. So
Watch.
if any of you had lost any hit points, which you haven't, you would have been able to regain there.
Fancy.
All right. Give me those rolls for cartographers, navigation, and anyone who is foraging.
Ooh.
Not as good. Pretty good.
I'll try foraging, I guess.
Okay.
Nice.
You
Good
just
to
need to
know
stop
that-
rolling dice, so.
It was being
No!
accurate.
You... Oh, no!
Oof.
Get it on the board.
So,
We're doing great foraging.
sorry guys, I don't know why I'm like, I think I inhaled a little bit of like coffee or something. Like I got like a small little bit of cough that's going real quick.
Oh no, Winter. You can't breathe coffee, I'm afraid. I wish we all could, but
I wish I could as well.
Imagine if we could.
I tried to
Wow.
use my coffee inhaler. Strangely, it didn't work.
Imagine enjoying coffee.
just atomized coffee and then just went. Winter, what are you huffing out of that bag? It's just coffee. Leave me alone.
I like the smell.
If you need to inhale caffeine, you can, just not coffee.
Yeah. All right, so that's a 14 on making the map, a nat 1 on navigating.
God, he's just taking a bit of a bump of coffee, isn't it?
Amarasi rolled a 6 for foraging, and Healy rolled a 20 for foraging.
Oh, Marazzi, you found a rock.
It's
a nice rock.
It's
So-
great.
Would you like to name him Gerald?
Absolutely.
Oh, God.
You all start heading north
Ruh-roh.
to map out that area. And you guys kind of lose your direction somewhat. And end up just in the corner of the one to the northwest. So you guys revealed this of this one. And ended up in this of this one.
Huh.
Understandable.
I'm just like looking at the sun, looking at where we are. He's like, this doesn't feel right.
What doesn't feel right about it, Zam?
Nah. Y'all the navigators.
As far as the survivor rolls, Healy, you find some more of the basically coconuts.
Yes.
Yay, coconut.
Yay!
And Zamtarok, you find some more of the Rossi fern.
Yay! We love Rossi Fern.
Boo.
So I'm just gonna carefully pick that up and be like, hey, Healy! Here! This is dangerous, right?
I'll put it with my other dangerous things.
Also,
Wonderful.
You
please,
have other dangerous things.
I have
also
so many dangerous things.
for everybody who did have some of the rations for your meal, make sure to subtract basically a third from your non-perishable. Make sure it's going to be a lot of work for me to track it, so please make sure you all are tracking when you are consuming what kind. It's a third. It's a third for each meal of the day. So breakfast, lunch, dinner. All right. What direction are you guys going to attempt to go for this next turn?
I guess pure northeast again?
Yeah, we can
Or
try northeast.
easterly. We're going like east because we're kind of like doing a zigzag. Like we went north, east, then we went east, then we try to go north, then we're going east again.
Yeah, so this would be east.
So, east or northeast?
East.
Okay.
You know what? East,
We feel
northeast. Just to
lost.
confuse.
All right.
Do you want to maybe fly a giant eagle up in the air and see where we are?
Who?
You?
I'd been funnier if she said
Sure.
John Owl first.
I could do that
so
too.
When he said who, it'd be even funnier.
Ooh.
Yeah, I can do that, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna conjure a giant eagle.
Okay.
Using the conjure animals.
Zomtrock's just like, it's friendly, right?
Yeah, it'll do whatever I tell it to.
Okay. Gonna get on the eagle.
I'm gonna tell the eagle to take him up and look around and then bring him back down.
All right. Zamtrock, when you go up, what are you looking for?
He's trying to look, because the plan was we're going northeast to try and hit the coast on the opposite side. So he's looking
Right.
for the eastern coastline, basically, to see where we are now and where we need, what direction we kind of need to head to, I guess, give Maximus, since he's our navigator, the orientation of where we need to go.
So,
While he's flying, I'm actually going to fix my compass.
your compass didn't break.
Well, no. It had. the
Oh, you're
magic
talking
in it.
the vine? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm
All right.
taking that out and putting the magnet back in with
Yeah,
the needle.
Okay. All right.
That's what I'm blaming the one on. Just son of a. Oh, right.
Zamtrock, when you go up, you see land as far as you can see on the horizon.
Oh.
Also, just to real quickly make sure.
Side note, did you want me to, like, roll a animal handling to stay on a bird that doesn't have a saddle?
It's Healy's bird.
And I was like, it's not actively trying to buck you off, so probably not.
Yeah, I just checked the math. You definitely are only seeing land on the horizon for you. You do see,
okay.
however, you do see 2 different villages along the river.
Ooh.
The river that heads northwesterly? Or north, I guess?
So you see, I'm going to see if I can ping it for you. You see a village over here,
Right?
and you see a village over here.
Oh, that's great.
So
Can I tell the one that's kind of southwest of us is the one we just came from?
you can roll a history check to try and see. Because basically what you're looking for is any features of the village that you remember. And trying to spot those at a distance.
Okay.
I believe in you.
I believe in a thing called love.
That was
I'm
a
not gonna
12
do it.
history roll.
So you can't say for certain but the one that is southwest feels kind of familiar. But again, it's not 100% like you are certain that this is the village. You just kind of like, I think that's the one we came from.
Okay.
Eh.
He's gonna tell the eagle like,
you do also see the river go basically north along this area from the one village to where the second one is. You see a split in the river up here. And then you do see signs of another river down here that goes this way. But that's... And you do see that the river has a bend up here. So the river goes this way. And then continues.
okay. He's gonna come. Zom's gonna come down. Well, Zom's gonna try and tell the eagle, "I'm good. We can go down now."
Roll an animal handling.
Yeah, okay.
There it is.
What is my animal handling?
At least they're friendly to me and my companions.
Do we class as your companions?
Yeah.
Oh.
15.
I was thinking like squealy.
Okay.
Those
It
were
gets-
your companions.
It gets the idea well
Only
enough.
the ones
and
I like.
starts coming back down.
So not
He's like petting it and like,
Right?
down.
Most
We
people
go
get
down, down, down. Good bird, go down.
Screw you.
Hey, Healy. Do you think it might be me to go up on the bird, and then I can
Yeah,
try
if you
and
want to.
like draw the area?
That would actually be great.
That'd
So
be
I'm just going to
cool.
explain what he has seen, and that there seems to be a village further to the southwesterly of us that it feels familiar, but I'm not sure if it's the same one we were at. I mean, the villages kind of look the same from a couple hundred feet in the air. So there's one
Which
northwest of us along the river that we were following, and that river actually splits and kind of heads more easterly, further northish.
Sam, can you? I kind of pull the map out of my bag and I go, Sam, can you point whereabouts you mean?
He points to where he thinks that village was, the one that was northwest, and the way the
Okay,
river
okay.
kind of seems to split and go.
All right, cool. So as I'm assuming I go up on the bird fine and all of that good stuff. I would be kind of looking to primarily focus on the kind of areas that Zam's pointed out.
So you're going
that would
up
be
on the
kind of
bird
the-
to try to map out from up high?
Yeah, I'd kind of take my cartographer's tools up and try and do it well on the bird.
Okay. This is tough because I'm going to say that I will allow you to map a wider area doing this, but trying to map out an area while being on the back of a giant eagle that does not have anything on it to help you stay on the back of the eagle, trying to map without falling off.
I just expected a high roll threshold. That was all
It's going to
I was
be
expecting.
it's going to be I'm going to say it's going to be about the same,
Okay.
but it's going to be at disadvantage.
Oh, okay. That's fair enough. I can do that.
So basically,
Understandable.
instead of a 1 square and the roll determining like a quarter to a full square, basically, it's going to be a 3 by 3 square around where you are
Ooh.
centered,
Ooh.
with where you are at pretty much going to be guaranteed that it will be fully mapped. But how much and how, like, where it's oriented is going to be determined by how well you roll, and basically if it winds up being only a quarter, a d4 roll from me. If you roll in that one, you will fall.
Oh no.
I'm just going to stand under where the eagles sort of hovering above.
I'm just going to say that up front. If you roll in that one, you will fall.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine.
I know
I
for a
haven't-
fact that a
rolled a
certain person
nat one in
still has
84
a
years,
feather
it's
fall
fine.
tattoo.
That's why I was like, sure, I'll jump on the eagle.
All right, so are you going to try to attempt this?
Absolutely.
All right, roll
do it.
that cartographer's tools at disadvantage.
Do it for the memes.
Here we go. Here we go.
Don't let your memes be dreams.
A 12. Okay, I'm
didn't
going to say
fall.
you didn't fall.
You did not fall.
I'm going to say
fall.
that is good enough to map half of the area. So
I'll take it.
it will be the northern half. So
I've never been so nervous to draw a map before.
who knew that cartography was so dangerous?
Extreme cartography with horns.
All right, and you do
Conjuring
see
animals is gonna be so much fun.
you do see a village there.
Ooh. So I'm gonna come back down, try and usher the bird to go back down, which I'm assuming is another
Animal handling, absolutely.
Oh no!
No.
I did roll that at disadvantage, but it's in that one. I'll take it.
You
Oh.
you go to try to. Wait a second. Why do you have disadvantage on the animal handling?
Oh, I just hadn't turned it off. That was my accident.
Oh, go ahead and roll it again.
Oh, okay.
Roll it
So-
normal.
Roll it normal.
Still getting counted on the sheet.
Okay. So you try to get it to land, and it's not really listening to you. Its attention is drawn to something else that you can't tell what it is.
So I'm gonna call out to the bird, the eagle.
I'm gonna need a
Oh no.
performance together with a animal handling from you because you're trying to yell up to it loud enough for it to hear it.
I would like to give him +5 on both.
Okay.
Why won't you guys just ask me to tell it to come down?
I think it's funnier to
Or
watch
else he's
him
gonna
yell.
shoot it out the sky.
You apparently forgot. We do things the hardest fucking way.
I know. You all are
just
deciding to go
standing
about
there
this the
like-
hardest way possible, but
This is my bird.
Yes, by the way.
I am
Max
on the
is-
bird, okay?
Max is 1000% going.
For once, me and Max are doing the exact same thing. Just
And
like,
that's with a +5, or is that without?
That was with a plus,
Nice.
but that was just the performance.
all right.
Yeah.
So you are
The other one
certainly
has a
loud
+5
enough
too.
to reach the bird. Let's get the animal handling to see if you're
Oh, wait.
shouting.
Our performance is better than that.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not a plus. It's a +5.
Oh. And the call very kindly reminded us to check our posture. So everybody do a little posture check to make sure that you're sitting.
I
in
can't
good
posture check. I'm sat on a bird.
Nice.
Check your posture on the bird.
If you had checked your posture on
Can I-
the
can I
bird
get on the ground
beforehand,
first?
this wouldn't have
Ooh.
been an issue.
Exactly.
Does that mean I get to reroll?
You didn't check yourself before you wrecked yourself.
So Zom's
Beautiful.
basically like holding up a piece of jerky. He's like, "Bird, good bird, come down, bird."
Emeros
I'm
is
just
just
looking at
like
him like, at
hands
least
on the
he's
shoulder, like, oh, here's exactly how you talk to a bird. You need to give him a piece of meat, right? Right. That'll get him to come down.
Tips from the birderer.
Healy's
what
gonna
can
look
I
at
say?
Max and be like, "They're a little special, aren't they?"
I'm an expert.
Healy, I don't speak bird.
You apparently don't speak to your druid either.
Why would we want to speak to the druid when we could speak to literally anything else?
Guys, I'm on
I
a
don't know.
bird. Can you
It's
help
her
me?
fucking bird.
Please.
I don't know. I talked it down before. I'm sure I could talk it down again.
The eagle does come back down under the persuasion of jerky.
He's a good bird.
And
He's
it
a pretty
eats
bird.
and it eats 1/3 rations worth of jerky.
Beautiful. I love this bird.
I give the
Time to
bird a
kill
little
it.
pat and tell him it was a great bird.
All right,
I'll never
so
get on that bird again.
Horns, you're back on ground and you've mapped out some area.
Hey, look, guys! Look at what I've seen. Is this the kind of area you were thinking about, Zam?
Yeah, there's a village out there. We could go. To the
Yeah,
village.
that looks kind of cool. And it's on a river too. We should probably check it out.
So, don't mind this roll. I just want it to go away so I can actually see my screen. Want to be at 20. Oh, thank God.
It was.
I mean, it was a 20.
It was a 20.
I was gonna say,
It was
like,
20.
it was a natural 20. I was like,
Orientated
I'm
well.
going to be furious.
All right, you have done a very good job of making sure that this is actually oriented. You now know that the village that Zamtrux saw earlier is indeed Nahi Oro, which is to the southwest. The other one you can clearly see is a different village to your northwest.
I think we should go see the new village.
I'm
I
gonna.
know we don't want to go to the weird willow
you guys
place,
watching?
but
No, I
There's a
want to go
village
to the
out.
weird willow place. Eventually.
oh,
You know that's to the north,
What
right?
was that, Zam?
Yeah, that's. I wanted to go to the tree first,
Yeah, the bronze tree.
and then the willow place.
You know, this isn't a field trip, right?
I mean, we're searching for an expedition, and they went northerly, so it's kind of like an adult field trip.
Oh, what you guys signed up for, but I signed up for a field trip.
I mean, this
Well,
is very similar
I-
to my field trip.
I signed up to find something interesting that would put my name on the map, okay? And
Well, you are making a
What
map.
if you put your name on this map?
exactly. I go ahead and scribble my name on the bottom of the map.
Yeah. Hey, Horns.
Uh-huh.
Zam's looking at the map. Do you put your full name on the map? Or do you just write Horns?
I would just write Hans. It would
really-
just be Hans.
You have really good handwriting.
I know.
So what direction are y'all go?
You write kind of weird, but you have good handwriting.
Thank you so much. I did tend to do a lot of handwriting.
Now that I've seen the last village we went to is full of necromancers and had undead people, you guys can walk in the village all you want. I'm gonna watch them from the trees.
But you still want to go towards the village, right?
I will.
Amarasi, Max?
My
Uh,
opinion apparently doesn't matter. So, lead.
y'all, I still got no idea what happened in the last village. So,
So I'll just do a quick recap for you, Amarasi, on the things that your character would know.
oh, okay.
So your character does know that you were welcomed into a village that had laws of hospitality, that you are not allowed to enact violence or kill, unless the protections of that law of hospitality, as far as individual people, are lifted. You were able to pick up some rudimentary version of their language.
Mhm.
Based on the information that I believe Zamtrok would have relayed to everyone, which includes information about the tree and the fool and the heart and the plague. Yes?
Yeah, what he learned from Sorrow.
And the calendar.
And the calendar, yeah.
So you know that there is the bronze tree, which is southeast of Nahioro, which is a tree that gives life.
Okay.
It is part of their culture, as part of a coming of age ceremony, that each person, at least for that tribe, they make a pilgrimage to the tree, and they take with themselves something small from the tree, as part of their coming of age ceremony, typically a leaf. The heart that you all are carrying, that you believe is the one that you guys are carrying in the reliquary of St. Cohen, is a heart that belonged to a living plague that the first expedition rallied Nahioro and other tribes to fight against, subdued it in the Valley of the Willows, which is somewhere to the north, and then carved out its heart. The body was taken by the first expedition as far north as they could, and then the heart was given to the last surviving member of the expedition, Darrigan, who brought it back to Lord. The Fool is the only deity that the natives so far have mentioned, and they have specifically mentioned that the Fool is the only deity on the, at least according to them, is the only deity on this continent, and nobody worships him.
We'll meet him one day.
And then the calendar. So there are 7 months in a year on this continent, and each week is 5 days.
Okay.
You guys are currently in the winter month. Or in the winter season, because you're at the end of Istrik, which is the month that transitions to winter. And you're at the end of it, so you're in that end of that transition. You're in winter.
Okay.
You would have been there for Deshandro's execution, where he was tried by the village. Max cut off his head before the verdict was given, but the village council basically forgave Max that transgression. Deshandro, while decapitated, began laughing, vowed to chase you all to the ends, even the afterlife, and then burst into flames and reduced to ash.
Well, that's fun.
And also the village of Nahioro, because they have some notion that something happens when people die, is that their souls travel north, and that the plague came from the north. They have a system where they basically, it's almost a combination of ancestor worship together with honoring the ancestors and remembering the ancestors. They keep the ancestors who have died in a sepulcher to the northeast of the village, who remain there as undead, waiting to rise up and fight for their descendants if the need ever arises. After which, once they have fought as a undead to protect their descendants, they believe that they will then go to rest in the garden.
Okay. It's a lot of lore there.
Yes.
There was a lot of exposition that happened.
Yes.
Which is why I was adamant about not going north.
Yep.
And you guys also learned that the first expedition the second expedition went north.
Okay. And back to the present.
Yes.
Woo!
Snap back to reality.
There goes gravity. You all have to make a
it.
D20 saving to... Never mind. Terrible joke.
Oh.
That's why I have Featherfall.
Alright.
Okay.
So what y'all gonna do?
So,
Go to
guys,
the
do you
village.
reckon we should go to the village?
Sure.
It kind of looks close-ish to the other one.
I mean, if we
So-
wanted to, we could head due west and hit the river and just follow that. That way we could kind of fill in
Ooh,
that
that's not a
spot
bad
of the
idea.
river.
Yeah, I like that.
Having a complete map is good.
Mm-hmm.
That'll work for me.
So that's 3 so far. Max and Healy?
Max already said he doesn't care.
Okay, Healy.
I've already said I don't want to go in the village, but I'll go by the village.
Okay. So then you all head west. Please give me the cartography, navigation rolls, and then anyone who is doing anything else to include foraging, please do your rolls.
Do some foraging. Let's see.
I'll do forage.
Oh,
with
why do
you.
I have advantage on? God damn it.
I don't know why you have advantage on. So take
me
it
to
off
roll that?
and do an yes, please do another roll.
Cool. 21.
Nice.
Very nice.
Woo.
I was waiting for the bad roll.
Very happy.
Nice.
More food. Food is
Very
good.
nice. So Healy, your survival roll of the 25, that was the previous one, yes? Oh no, that's this one.
No, that's this one.
That's this one. Okay, so a 25, a 26, and a 21 for foraging.
We found so much forage.
Horns,
14.
so 14 for making the map, and then a 10 for the navigator's tools. I will say that is good enough for you all to reveal the lower half of this square over here.
Woo woo. We're the best.
That's close enough. We don't need that triangle.
As you all move closer to the river, you find some more of the citrus fruit that you had found earlier. You find some more of the shoots that you had found earlier, Zamtarok. Not the cane ones, but the ones that are more like garlic shoots. And then one
How much
of
does
you...
weigh in food?
Very little. It's I'm gonna say like each bunch of the canes themselves, I'm going to say you found enough that's like half a pound. No, I'm gonna say 2 pounds normal, and we'll get to more with that at the end of your guys' travels. As far as the shoots, I'm gonna say that you guys, as far as you taking like the whole thing, it's like together with the dirt, like a pound of the 2 things of shoots that you found, the garlic shoots.
Okay.
You also see tracks.
Ooh.
So Zamtarok is the one that sees the tracks.
Animal tracks?
Definitely not animal.
Do they look like feet?
They look like they're humanoid, but they do not look like feet. They look like some sort of footwear.
Somebody's rocking around the forest in the new Jays. Those assholes.
Damn, Daniel!
Well, I guess we should follow the river and find out if these tracks lead towards that village.
This is, however, 8 hours of travel, so if you guys continue at this point, you will be subject to exhaustion for going past.
Do we want to try and make it to the village, or do we want to camp here and then head out in the morning?
How far away is the village?
6 miles. So that's another 2 hours, which means that you will be losing time from your long rest.
You will be losing time for your long rest. I will not.
Because Zom's like, I'm fine with that if we want to go to the village.
I feel like the last village was nice enough, and we can kind of go off that basis, right?
Also, I am going to say, if you guys continue to travel, you guys will not have time to be able to identify some of the things you guys have discovered along the way.
Yeah, we'll basically just
Ooh,
be
that might be a good idea.
we'll be force marching trying to get to the village.
Exactly that.
Yeah, we can kind of do a stop off between the two, right? Between the two villages, like a little camp.
Yeah, we can make a camp here.
Yeah. Okay.
Making camp.
Woo. Max, you good with that?
I think it's the smartest idea you guys have come with today.
Woo! That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Thank you.
I will help make camp.
All right. Who all is working to make camp?
Me.
So Healy and Zemtruk, make your
Hey,
survival
Sam,
rolls.
do you want me to make camp and you get started on the food?
Sure.
Okay. Just saying.
All right. So if we're doing that route, then I will do a roll from Healy and Horns for setting up camp.
I'll also
Very
help
nice,
out setting
Tetra.
up camp.
Oh,
Just for
Okay.
now.
wait at
That
those.
21 is mine.
Okay.
That 22 is mine. Thank you very much.
Y'all are killing it as far as these survival rolls today.
Yo, roll 20. Why do you fail?
I didn't take proficiency for nothing.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Another 19 with
Very
survival.
nice.
Wait, why do I not have plus 2 anymore?
What's your survival? Your survival modifier.
It was plus 2 for the last roll, but it is plus 0 for this roll. And it is a 19 again. These are confusing
weird.
times.
It does say.
So I don't know why the last one said +2 because I'm looking at your sheet
It's
right now.
wisdom 0, yeah. That's what it also
you
is on
don't-
roll 20.
Yeah. I don't know.
Question mark?
Wild.
Either way, you all rolled splendidly because across the three of you, that's 62 combined.
Yeah.
So
We made summer camp 2.0.
you all make a splendid camp. Zemdrak, what you cooking? You have ingredients that have the vitamin-rich, high-protein, and flavor-enhancing. So the
Definitely going to use those.
so the
A little bit of garlic.
We have milk. Coconut
Oh
milk.
my god, we do have coconut milk.
You do have coconut milk. Also, as far
We
as the
can make the
canes,
best soup.
are you doing anything as far as the canes that you found?
Are they like a sugar cane or like a bamboo cane? Like,
There's a way to find out.
you're just going to try and find out.
All right. So as you start cutting it open to kind of like look better, look closer, you see that it's not hollow on the inside like a bamboo. It's more fibrous.
Ooh.
What are you doing to test it, or are you doing anything to test it?
Normal, like, taste test, chew test, swallow test?
Kinky.
Can I have a piece for Squealy to inspect?
What was that, Healy?
Can I have a piece for Squealy to inspect? We'll use squirrel
Sure.
nose.
Since this is
There you go.
happening simultaneous to you setting up camp, I'm going to say that
All right.
you are
just
currently
kidding.
preoccupied
busy.
with yes. As you start like tasting it, it is very sweet, very sweet.
Sugar cane.
Ooh.
So as you chew, it releases basically some of the juices, and it's again very sweet.
Probably not going to use that on this one.
Okay.
Just gonna
So
hold on to
I will now say that you have discovered an ingredient that is a sweetener.
Cool.
So you have ingredients that have the high protein. I guess you also have low protein. Vitamin rich sweetener, flavor enhancer, and then you also have rations. So, what are you making? What you using?
The vitamin-rich stuff, a little bit of the garlic, and some meat to make high protein and flavor enhancer, I guess.
So high protein, flavor enhancer, and also low protein. Oh, sorry, not low protein. Vitamin rich.
Probably just high protein and flavor enhancer for dinner.
Cool. All right. So you use one of the bulbs that you, or some of the bulb that you had found, definitely has a very pungent sort of garlicky taste. Does have a bit more kick to it though. It's almost like a mix between a garlic and a horseradish type taste.
Ooh. Yep.
Yummy.
So, and you do a very good job of making that for everybody who all is partaking in the food.
E-
I guess I'll just ask,
Yeah,
is
I know.
anyone not partaking in the meal? No?
I'll be partaking in the meal later,
Fair.
or I will like to use up some of the time while they are doing things. Not exactly to sneak away, but I will like kind of walk away from the camp, and I'm gonna scout a bit towards the new village. See
Okay.
if there's maybe wildlife, or um, if they've got scouts out, or guards, this and the other.
Okay.
Not getting too close, but not too far away.
So they are 6 miles away. How far are you going?
Probably about 2.
Okay. So that is going to take you closer to the top of the square that you guys are in. So, go ahead and roll survival for me.
Yep.
Okay. So, as you are scouting to the north, you are going north, right? Towards that village? All right. You... You start scouting towards that. And you're trying to navigate your way because there are parts where the terrain is too difficult for you to make through, especially at nighttime. Are you using a torch or?
Yeah.
Okay. So there are some parts where like the terrain is too difficult for you, so flip a coin. Are you going east or west to go around?
East.
All right. You go east to try to go around, and you more and more are having trouble finding your way, like, towards the village. You're not certain if you're still kind of on course to the village. You know you're going towards the general area. But then you realize after a bit, you are coming across the same this patch of foliage that was like obstructing your way seems really familiar. And you're not certain if it's the same one that you turned east at earlier, or if it's a different one that just looks really similar.
Okay. I'm going to take my Kopesh out and make a... Not exactly like hacking into it, but definitely like chopping down a little bit to make a mark. And then repeat my steps.
Okay. You cut through some of it, and you repeat your steps again. Roll me another survival real quick. And after you go to the east and then follow basically the path that you had taken, you come back and you realize you are indeed back at the same patch. It's cut the same way. So you know that the path to the east, at least, was taking you around in a loop, basically.
Then west we go.
All right. I am going to say that this is the amount of time that it takes you to do this 2 mile and then getting lost for a little turned around, and then heading west. This is going to take a little bit.
I plan on taking a short rest instead of a long.
Okay. While he is doing this and then heading west, for the people back at the camp, are you all doing anything else with the rest of your day before a long rest?
Gonna sing a song.
All right, singing a song.
Yeah, if Zam starts to sing a song, I would kind of play, obviously, my fiddle and kind of join in with that.
All right. Both of you go ahead and roll performance. If the combined average is above a... I'm going to say if it's above a... If it's 10 or above... Sorry. 10 to 15, no change in morale. If the combined average is 15 to 19, plus 1 to morale. If it's a 20 or above, plus 2.
Well, you guys also get +5s, both of you, because I feel like memeing.
Oh. No!
So
I have a +8!
So that's a 30, and then if he's giving you +5 as well, that brings you up to 16, which makes for a total of 46, which means the average is 23. So that is a +2 to morale for everybody who is in the vicinity.
I want Bartholomew to join too.
Are you wanting the roll to affect the total?
It doesn't matter to me. Bartholomew needs a good day.
So Bartholomew joins in. I'm not going to make him roll. Because he does not get any pluses, and he will bring down the average. So.
My sanity is so high.
What's your sanity at?
After this, I'll actually be at max because of all the
I'm
food and stuff.
Yeah, I'm at 18.
I'm at 17. So,
Alright.
yeah.
So if you are at
Would I
max,
gotten sanity from the rest of you guys when I was gone? I assume not.
I believe you all got a +1 to your sanity during the last session.
Yep.
So you would have gotten that as
It
well.
was only the people that
Okay.
was in the
It was the people in the
pie hall.
party. Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, Bass Max didn't. I don't think Zam did either.
Okay.
I think Boss
So, yeah.
Bus too. It was just us.
Yeah, it was just us two, I think.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Max, go ahead and roll survival for me again real quick. Oh, that was almost a 20. So you head west and you find yourself next to a river. You can tell, not even by the sight, but just the sound itself, that... No? There we go. You can tell that the water here is moving much more quickly than it was downriver from you. The roar is almost deafening. I am going to say that in this area, at least in the dark by torchlight, you will have disadvantage to on perception rolls that involve hearing, unless something is within 10 feet of you.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
So,
While I'm here,
okay.
hold on, I gotta bring up the character sheet again. I am going to use this time to also open myself up using my magical awareness.
Okay, so as an action, you can open your awareness to the presence of concentrated magic Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any spell or magic item within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover.
Yeah,
So if
I'm lighting up
somebody's
like a Christmas
using-
tree then.
Yeah, if somebody's using like invisibility or something like that in order to sneak up
Okay.
on me, at least magically they can't get me off guard. However, physically, it just is what
Just
it is.
stealthy people, not so much.
Right.
So, and how long does this last for? Until the end of
Uh,
your next turn.
Yeah.
So a
so-
turn being 6 seconds.
Yeah.
So at least right
So-
now.
12. Yeah.
So I'm going to be generous and say like 30 seconds, since
Yeah.
we're not in combat right now. You're not focused on anything else. You don't sense any spells or concentrated magic. You do sense the previously mentioned magic-infused life all around you, but nothing else really.
Mhm.
Roll perception for me. All right. You just kind of take in everything that's going, like the sound of the rapids next, like pretty close to you. A little bit of the smell of the mists from the river coming up off, filling your sinuses, your nostrils, and the stars in the sky. You don't sense anything else at the moment. What are you doing?
The nature and all of this going on around him, he's actually going to take this time for about 20 minutes and just sit by the brook or the river and kind of reach out again, seeing if he can get a hold of Bahamut. See if he can glean anything from this area, and if he can't, then he'll start his path home, back to camp.
Okay. I will say make a religion roll. If you burn a spell slot, I will give you advantage on the roll.
I will do so.
Okay.
I roll 20.
Again, if you want, you are free to use your physical dice for out of combat rolls.
No. That might be the last time I roll on
Fair enough.
20 for a minute.
Fair enough. So you burn this spell slot and try to reach out. And you get a very vague sense of concern, but nothing else.
Okay. So yeah, I'll head back.
All right. I will. Let's go ahead and get a navigator's tools for you to navigate your way back.
I don't know. I just said I wasn't going to use them, but I had a feeling.
Very nice. You make your way back. And you make your way back after everybody is kind of wrapped up and started to lie down, except for the people who are going to be on watch. And you enjoy your garlicky, horseradishy meat which
Yay.
does give you a +2 to your morale.
Before we go to bed, I'm gonna cast plant growth around the camp.
Range 150
Always
feet.
prepared.
Wait. Does that include plants that we have growing in like our bag?
Oh, I hope so.
Yay, more garlic.
So I'm just gonna real quickly.
Basically, to make like a barrier around the camp so that nothing
know-
can get through.
I know the way that you're intending to use this. It says you. So there are 2 possible uses for the spell. So there's 2 different ways to use this. One is you choose a point within range. All normal plants in a 100-foot radius centered on that point become thick and overgrown. Which means if you center it on the camp, plants will also become thick and overgrown within the camp.
The spell description says you can also exclude 1 or more areas of any size within the spell area.
Where is that on there?
Just below it.
It's
Yeah.
just below where it's talking about casting.
Okay. Never mind.
You know,
Thank
a
you.
little lower. It's okay.
Reading is a fundamental skill, Zima.
It is fundamental.
Okay, so never mind. So 100-foot radius out from the camp. Are you making any entrances or exits?
If everyone's in the camp, then no. We're all
Okay.
stuck here.
And how long does this last for?
8 hours?
Actually, it doesn't say how long it lasts for,
Doesn't
but if you
say.
hold it for over 8 hours, you enrich the land. All plants within a half-mile radius centered on the point within range become enriched for a year. These
I think
plants yield
that's-
twice as normal amount of food.
I think that's the second use of the spell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the first is to make the area thick and overgrown. The
So I'm gonna
other
do that for
is
the 8
to
hours.
enrich the land within an area.
No, it just says if you cast the spell for over 8 hours. It doesn't have a second use.
I mean, it says
So
in the
you-
first paragraph that there are 2 possible
Yeah.
uses for the spell.
Yeah.
You know,
Granting
In the-
either.
We're gonna read up.
reading is fundamental. Arma,
Reading is
don't worry.
fundamental, Arma.
I'm gonna
Oh, how
drop
the
off
turntables.
Oh boy. Reading, huh?
So yeah.
As Muzzy
so,
would say, Ich bin Bob. Ich bin die Gartner.
So, okay, since it doesn't say, I'm going to say that until something acts to counteract that, the area will become thick and overgrown with no exit area decided.
We see.
All right.
Kind of.
So who is taking what watches for tonight?
I'll take third watch.
I'll take
Somebody
first
takes
since
first.
I'm already up.
First watch with
And
Max.
I'll do second.
Second watch with Healy. Third watch with Zamtrock. All right, each of you, please make a perception roll.
Oh, I get to sleep tonight. That'd be nice.
Also, for everybody, since you revealed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 3/4, you all get 775 XP for this long rest.
19 total is what I got.
Okay.
I rolled a 15. I got a +4. I also clicked on the perception on accident instead of scaling over it, so don't mind this. Thank you.
Okay.
It's like you can't cancel a roll. That's the only thing I hate about it. You
Yeah.
can't cancel that.
So that's good on Maximus. Healy and Zem. What are your perception rolls?
25.
25, very good. 21, very good. Let me just roll something real quick. Okay. Maximus, where are you during your watch? Whereabouts in the camp?
Probably tending a campfire that was used for cooking, I'm assuming.
Okay.
So I guess more towards center.
You don't hear anything coming towards the camp, and unlike the previous night, you don't feel any eyes watching you from the fire. Relatively peaceful night. Zamtarok. Or actually, Healy. Your
Yes.
watch goes by, and at about the time of you turning over with Zamtarok, you do hear some faint rustling in the distance. But it's outside of the difficult terrain that you made.
Guess what I'm gonna cast?
What are you going to cast?
Speak with animals.
Okay.
I'm
You
gonna say,
cast-
hey, is there anyone out there?
How far out did you make the rough terrain? Like the full distance? The 100-foot radius around?
I wanted it to basically be like right around the camp.
So just only immediately outside of the camp.
Yes.
Okay, so you hear it further than the edge of that difficult terrain. Out,
Okay.
out at the end of, like a good 100-foot away. So you call out, and roll perception for me again. Okay.
Ooh.
You hear a very faint and a very weak, help.
I'm running to it.
Yeah, let me see real quick.
I'm at least gonna run to the barrier and say, what do you need?
Help. Please.
Can she tell if it's an animal speech or common?
It's
Can
a
you?
good question.
Comprehend
I
and
would
verbally
hope
communicate.
so.
The knowledge and awareness of many bases. I don't think so. I think essentially you're speaking common and able
You're
it
understanding
communicates
common.
to it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Say, are you hurt? Were you attacked?
Yes. Please. And you hear it getting closer. It is also at about the time for the watch turnover, so Zamtarok, you are also now awake.
Healy, where are you? Hello?
The barrier. I'm over here.
He's gonna head over and be like, what's going on?
Can you see if there's an animal on the other side? Since you're much taller than me.
Maybe? Where? He's gonna look to wherever he's pointing or directing him.
Okay. Make a perception roll.
Three.
You
Nice.
hear in common. Please.
He's running towards it.
So you are going through difficult terrain, so it is going to take you some time
It is
to...
in the woods, though. And difficult
Um,
terrain does not count towards me and my companions.
Is it you and your companions, or is it just you?
Yes. It's me and my companions. I can find that and quote it.
Oh, so shit.
If you could, please. Yes. And I also need to make sure that it is... It doesn't say with the spell that it becomes necessarily difficult terrain, but it doesn't say it isn't. It says it becomes thick and overgrown, which basically makes it difficult terrain.
All traveling for an hour or more.
It's her favorite terrain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it going to take me more than an hour?
Well, we've been
No,
in
it's not
there
gonna take
for
you
more than an hour.
Okay. So yeah.
So you get to the other side, and you do you have dark vision as well, Zamtorok?
No, he's basically taking a torch from the...
All right, you take a torch.
I'm gonna go with him, and I have dark vision.
All right. So you both run through, and you see there on the ground is a elderly-looking elf with salt and pepper sort of hair, a beard and a hair, and he has one of them is cracked, but he's wearing a small pair of glasses.
Does he look injured?
Make a medicine roll.
Okay.
Because you are trying to determine this by torchlight in the dark. Quickly. Yes, he is very visibly injured. You can see that he has a pretty nasty gash in his left leg. And he seems to be slightly malnourished.
I'm gonna cure wounds and give him a good berry.
Okay. Okay. So you... Real quick, let me also see something real quick. So, with the cure wounds, you do heal the you do heal it to where it is not bleeding. But you also both can see with your medicine checks, there definitely is an infection in the wound as well. Which cure wounds will not necessarily fix in its entirety.
But Zom can lay on hands.
You can indeed.
And if it looks infected, he's going to lay on hands to try and fix that.
Okay.
We itch.
Also, alongside the malnourishment, dehydration as well. Because...
You know.
Well, the
just
good berry fixes that.
But he... It's obvious that he has not had a whole lot to eat or drink.
So I'm going to give him some of the food that he made, because he made enough for 7 people.
You did indeed.
And he'll
And I'll give him some water.
food.
And that gives him...
I understand.
It's 1d8, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly.
He heals an extra D8 on top of if he's rolling a hit die for a short rest.
Alright.
Which, I guess he's a... Unless he has class level, he's a commoner, so what, D6?
He does not
D4?
have any more hit die.
Ooh. Then he just heals a D8.
Yep, so go ahead and roll the d8 for me. Five? Okay.
5.
So this is also assuming that you guys are not doing this all right there. You're bringing him back into camp?
Zom is carrying him back, yeah.
Okay. So, Healy, since it is the end of your watch, if you do want to get your long rest, You will be headed to bed probably just after you guys get him back to camp and make sure that he's had food and healing.
Yep.
So, I guess no, it would matter because this will be essentially his next day because Zom has had a full rest.
Yep.
How many diseases and/or poisons am I healing him of? Because each one of those cost me 5 hit points from my pool.
Just the one.
Okay.
So
the infection is cured.
the infection is cured, the wound is healed up, and you have given him some food. I assume you were also giving him water. You're not just giving him a meal and being like, yeah, here's some food, but get your own fucking water.
I gave
the
him
river,
some of my
right?
water.
Freeloader.
Oh,
Zom's going to ask him who he is.
Yeah, no, Max is still awake.
What was that?
I said I didn't know Max was still awake. She's like, who the fuck is this
Oh.
guy?
I'm gonna ask Dom if he got this. Do you got this so I can get my long rest?
Yeah, I
in?
have it.
Okay. I'm gonna go to sleep.
So he devours the food. You can see that he is famished, and he is like drinking down the water, perhaps a little too quickly.
Go easy.
And after a while of catching up on some food and some water, he finally catches his breath and he goes, Jeros! Jeros of House Tetra. Of the second expedition.
Excellent.
So it
What
begins.
are you doing here?
I split off from my group to try and find any signs of my daughter. Those bastards weren't interested in trying to find her.
Your daughter.
Yes, Canid. From the first expedition.
Where's the rest of the second expedition?
I split off from them some distance from here. I don't know what direction they went.
Do you know if Leafin was still among them?
Yes, Master Brook was indeed among them.
We need to find them. Because you should... Is he sitting down?
Yes.
Jeros, you may want to brace yourself because I have a lot to tell you.
I very well then.
Flamehearth has been sacked.
Just start him off with that.
Yep.
Your
Where's
your
Susan?
whole
Dagger's
city
the
is
right
gone.
word. I think raised is the correct word.
His eyes go wide and you can see that it's like a shock to the system.
Yep.
What do you mean? Sacked?
The Order of Cinders attacked Flamehearth for some slight to the God of Flame, and the Marquis de Chandreau led a massive army and razed the city to the ground. We managed to escape with 3 shiploads of survivors. Master Brook's family is in the settlement we've created in New Haven, farther to the southwest.
I'm sure he will at least be relieved to hear that his family is here. But what of the nobility? What of the house, the royal family of Geragath?
Aside from 3 nobles who had managed, I believe, in some way to gain access to one of the ships, there are no further nobles that we know survived. Aside from those who were on those 3 ships, any other ships that may have tried to escape or anyone else, unless they managed to slip past the army and get further away, they are it. There were some survivors from a 3rd ship that we lost in the Pale who were in a camp, a village to the south of here, the Water Tribe of the river. There are some there, and we found de Chandreau among them. He has been summarily executed.
Well, at least there has been
Welcome.
some degree of justice on this continent.
As much as I have been capable of ensuring.
That means our expeditions are all for naught.
Not quite. Do you or anyone from the second expedition have an area mapped of this land?
I have been doing the best I can to map, but I am no cartographer. I'm a scholar.
We have one among us who would be able to, in the morning, love to look at what you have, so that we can try and see what more we have can be discovered.
For the most part, my expedition had followed the river some distance to where it ends, and then returned.
Returned where?
To the river people's tribe, that you had mentioned. We were running low on supplies and decided best to check to see how things are with the tribe ahead of you upriver and the one downriver. And then we
So
were
then
going
they
to
are
set
heading-
out again.
So they are heading south to the water tribe.
No, we had already resupplied. We headed out again. This time we were to head northeast.
That is actually the direction we are heading.
Then you may yet perhaps find the rest of the second expedition.
We do intend to try and find the others of the first and second expeditions. We are essentially the third that were sent. Unfortunately, because of the raising of Flame Earth, this expedition and yours and anyone from the first is no longer an expedition of Luridia. It is now an expedition to try and learn as much as we can and to now make a new home of this land.
You mean we cannot return?
No, we met the beast that guards the Pale.
The Pale Lights.
Yes. It is a massive sea monster that allowed us to pass because of a number of other things that we have learned. Is there anything of the land that you all have learned from perhaps tribes or native?
We have learned a fair number of things about their society so far, which seems to be very focused around hedonistic necromancy and things of such.
Ancestor worship, yeah.
Call it what you will. I have little need for such ill-fated magics.
We learned a number of interesting things, specifically involving the first expedition. But it may be best that we travel in number. If we could find the second expedition, we may be able to help with sort of filling in some gaps.
Yes, of course, please. Especially if there's any news you have of my daughter.
Where to start, then? When the first expedition arrived, there was some kind of a living plague all across this land, which manifested in a physical form. The first expedition was helping them to fend it off, and in a battle, assisting the natives who had banded together, they defeated its creator, its source, which was some kind of, I don't even know how to say, but basically a living plague god almost, and they defeated it and cut out its heart. Lord Darrigan brought that heart back to the mainland to separate it from the body, which we were told the first expedition attempted to move the body as far north as possible to separate the two objects, the two artifacts, so that the plague could be defeated and reduced as much as possible.
That's strange. I have no record of any of this in the journals given to us by the Kiragaths, based on Esgor's journals.
Yes. I believe that information was held or removed specifically because of the knowledge of such a plague It could be used as a weapon. It could be horrifically disastrous, if not apocalyptic, should the disease be accidentally restarted and possibly brought back across the pale.
The implications of such a thing would be great indeed.
So we are now trying to find the second, your expedition as well as the first, and to also map out the land to learn of it as much as we can. And we have learned that there is a kind of mystical difference and balance to this land.
In what way do you mean?
When things die needlessly here, specifically things of the land, the creatures, the plants, if they die needlessly, their life force essentially travels along the weave to the north, towards where the plague originated. We don't know why or to what end, which is something we're trying to learn. However, there is also a force of good and life that seems to be more southerly, that is called the Tree of Brass, or some kind of brass?
The bronze tree. Yes, I've seen that one already. It's quite magnificent, I must say.
Does it seem mystical in nature?
I did sense a strong concentration of the weave about it, originating from it. It is difficult to place. It's not like anything I've ever seen back on the mainland.
Same. Then, from what we have been informed of and know of the first expedition, aside from the fact that they brought the body of this thing known as Murath to the north, our last information from Darrigan was that the rest of the first expedition did not survive. Now, whether that is true, being that there are seemingly a web of disinformation and lies among what we know, I can't say.
Meaning
But
that my
Darrigan seemed
daughter could still be alive.
possibly, but Darrigan seemed adamant that the rest of his companions were no more. So I would not give you false hope, but there may be some. We have a settlement much farther to the southwest along the river, a place that we've called New Haven, and established a civilization there. But
I'm
with
sure
the
that
land being
Master
as
Brooke will at least wish to journey to there to see his family.
yeah, which is why one of the missions that I was tantamount in wishing to complete is to find him and ensure that he is returned to his family.
As for us, for the second expedition, we passed through the Pale as best we could, but we, as far as I remember, encountered the Pale Light. It destroyed our ship, and we washed ashore. We found most of each other, except for one.
Who?
Well, it was our mage, unfortunately. Faunus Lighthammer.
He may still be here.
Perhaps, but to the best that we know, he was likely lost at sea.
If anything of what we understand of the island, this continent, is to be believed, the tides tend to bring things that wash away back. So if nothing else, he could wash ashore anywhere along the coastlines. We can try and find him, but
And
now-
this fellow that you mentioned, who was found amongst the survivors of the third ship, were all the members of the third ship and whatever ship he was on, were they all found?
no.
Then we cannot for certain say that they always wash ashore.
Their ship was also attacked, we believe, by the Pale Lights. And we know that the Pale Lights does its utmost to destroy anything and anyone who crosses its path, so...
And you said it was the Order of Cinders that attacked.
Baldria.
That may complicate things.
It may indeed. As I said, you should get some rest. I have the remainder of my watch, and in the morning, the rest of our group can greet you. We can try and chase after the rest of your party and hopefully possibly return to New Haven.
Yes. Yes, I think I will rest. Thank you.
Of course.
He looks around like the different shelters that were made for the 6 of you. Which...
Zom points to his own shelter and says, I'm not using mine.
Thank you. And he, does a curt nod and then goes to lie down.
Put some respect on my boy's name.
And you awake the next morning. Except for Zam, who was already awake.
Making breakfast.
It's infusion time.
All right.
Making pancakes. Making pancakes.
Making go-go gadget blinker boots.
It's the give of that to Empire State of Mind, and it fits perfectly the bacon pancakes. It's so good.
I've seen that.
All right. What you making, Zamtarok?
He might actually try to make some kind of like pancake
Okay.
with the sweet and fruit.
Okay. So I'm going to say, because I'm decently sure pancakes aren't really high in protein, that your meal is at best lower protein, high
Low
calorie.
protein.
Yeah. So low protein, but it has the sweetener, and I'm going to say vitamin rich with the fruit.
But if you make bacon pancakes, then it's got protein.
Nah, he's gonna save that.
All right. Also, those of you who have read your journals, who saw the first vision that you saw when you camped on shore for the first time,
Yeah.
with Nimblefang getting poisoned, you would have recognized Derek and some of the other members who were there around, and Canid Tetra in particular, who was the one who accidentally gave Nimblefang what she thought was an anti-venom that actually
Nice.
was poison.
So she's the murderer.
So... Alright, so then you all will have a +3 to your morale for breakfast.
Yay, I've hit
As-
max.
Ooh.
So that means
That make me max?
if
Yes,
you
I'm
are max,
max.
that
Wait,
means DM
plus-
inspiration.
+3? Oh,
Yep, because low protein is a +1 to morale, and then sweetener is a +2. But
Shit,
but-
I already had the inspiration. Fuck.
you will have a -1 to con saves to prevent exhaustion because of the sweetener. There's nothing counteracting that. But you will also have the +1 to con saves to prevent disease.
Okay, so 20 morale gives us inspiration, then.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And then, does it reset us back to 10, or do we just stay?
You stay there. It's a sliding scale.
Okay.
So things that bring down your morale will bring you down from that. So, for example, if you are at 20 right now, and your morale comes down, and then you bring it back up to 20 by the end of the day, the next day you'll have DM Inspiration again. If you end your day at below, you won't lose DM Inspiration, but if you had used it, you wouldn't regain it. This is also the thing as far as maintaining the 20 is, for each day that you are at 20. So actually, I guess I would say you guys don't have DM Inspiration. I'm going to say at the end of a short rest.
Day.
At the end of the short rest. If you end your short rest with a maxed out one, you will get DM Inspiration, but you can only get the DM Inspiration once per day. So right now, any of you who did not have DM Inspiration that is maxed out now has it.
Oh, last.
If you use it and then within the same day maintain a 20, you do not get it back. It's only tomorrow that you will get your DM Inspiration back if you maintain a 20. Alright?
Okay.
Alright. So you have a very good breakfast. What are you all doing? You
Brenda
also wake up and you find here in your camp a random elderly elf.
Oh,
Sam will tell everyone who this is, and also that he has explained several things about the island to him. But this is someone from the second expedition.
I'm gonna miss all of this because I'm in
I'm
my
gonna
tent
ask if
playing
he's
with my
feeling better.
tools.
That's gross, Amarasi.
I guess I should also ask,
I'm in
is
his
anyone
armor.
not partaking of breakfast?
No, I would be eating breakfast and then going and
I
playing with my tools.
definitely have
Okay.
breakfast.
So then while you're having breakfast, you would have heard what Zamtarak had to say. Because
Okay.
he's the one that's cooking the breakfast.
Oh
There you
man.
go.
So,
I'm gonna look at him and say, "Hey, how are you feeling?"
I'm feeling much better, thank you. Thank you
Good.
again.
Oh,
Um,
yes, Horns. He may also
Hi.
have some map that we can share.
You got a map?
Oh, finally a stray that's kind of useful.
I thought you were an animal. I'm not even gonna lie.
oh no.
I don't like that face.
He reaches into his pouch. He's got detailed notes on things that he's come across because he's a scholar.
Okay.
But he shows you his map, and it's rough.
No.
It is like you see like a line showing kind of like a coast, really terribly drawn trees, and then basically a river, and you can tell by comparison to your map, this drawing of the river is not accurate at all.
Oh.
This is why you got lost.
And then you see that it like has some turns that are kind of, you're not sure if they're accurate or not. Seems to go kind of north. A label that says Valley of Willows quite some distance away, and then it shows them coming back to Nahioro, and then heading out again. First to the north to stop by that village again, and then northeast. After first going east from the camp. The
I'm gonna
second
ask if I
village.
can read his notes.
Yes, of course. And he
Perfect.
gives you some notes. So the notes do give some information on the village to the north of you, which seems to be the one that actually has the most contact with other villages in the area, the one that's north of you.
Okay.
They also are ones that do a lot more fishing.
Ooh, maybe I will go to that one.
Given that the village there is where one large and one smaller river then connect and then go down river, it is also kind of a natural place where other tribes will sometimes come to trade things.
Ooh.
Ah. That's good to know. Hey, Sam, can I borrow you for a second?
What's up?
Over here?
Yeah.
And I kind of pulls them to one side and I say, "This map kind of sucks."
Well, he's not. He's not a map maker.
I know, but what are we meant to do with this?
Well, if it's not really useful, you can just throw it away.
But would that be a bit rude?
Just put it in your bag. It doesn't really weigh much.
Okay.
It can be like
I'll do that.
We can reference it while we're making our map, and honestly, if they were at that northern village and they were heading northeast, we could stop to see if we could resupply and maybe just keep heading northeast without really stopping for long to try and catch up to the second expedition, because we are well within our goal of finding the second expedition.
Well, I'm not bothered about the second expedition. I'm on about this map. If it's should we just throw it away then? Or what are we going to do with it?
You could hold on to it. Like I said, we
Okay,
can.
okay.
You could use it for reference points of like.
Put your
as you
name
make
on
your
it.
map. Might help.
Okay.
Oh, I wouldn't put your name on it. It's definitely not. It is not a horns level quality
This
map.
is not a Horns level map. Come on. See what I can do.
For reference, he
And then-
rolled a 2.
Oh yeah, that's a bad map.
Nice.
Oh, that's a bad map.
Is there anything as notes about the language that they speak?
So he makes notes that the language seems to be fairly primitive and seems to be very focused on core words with prefixes or suffixes to then delineate the differences between different forms of that word.
Whack.
So I have no idea what they're saying.
Yeah.
Me too.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
I'll let you take a wild guess as to how he even was able to communicate with them.
They painted him.
Sign language?
The clay
Play
painting.
thing, yeah.
Yep.
Clay
They
face.
played charades.
What?
I'm gonna
Three
ask
words.
if he can do
Well
the
said.
clay thing.
No, I can't. I'm
Rude. I'm just kidding.
Well,
You're not rude.
Now that I think about it, I don't think I've even introduced myself. My name's Horns. It's a pleasure
Trump.
to meet you.
Jeros of
I'm
House
Healy.
Tetra. Jared of House Tetra.
Hi,
I'm Healy.
Healy.
This is Squealy.
Sorry.
This is
I had it right
Bartholomew,
the
and
first
this
time,
is
Jeros.
James.
I'm even getting mixed up on my own NPC names.
Jeros.
Jeros.
Don't
House
worry,
Tetra.
it happens to the best of us.
Oh, I think I know you. Sam, is this from an expedition? One of the old expeditions?
Yeah, I said he's from the
Oh.
second expedition. The second
Oh.
expedition is in fact still here. They're further to the northeast.
Oh.
They stopped at the tribe to
That's
the
cool.
southwest that we met, the water tribe, the
Yeah.
river folk, and headed
Yeah.
out northeast to try and follow the river. So if we
Have you-
move quickly, we might be able to catch up to them.
And how did
Have
you
you run in
end up
with
getting
the
here?
coordinates?
How did you end up getting here, Mr. Jeros?
I got separated from my group while looking for my daughter.
Okay. So you're with us now?
That would entirely depend. Do you have any leads to where my daughter may be?
6 feet under. That's a
Sam?
non-character, by the way.
Do we have any leads to where this guy's daughter may be?
Far to the north of the continent, yes, but we should probably pack up and get moving.
Okay.
I'm going there.
I like the sound. I like the sound of that.
I think far to the south, below us. Below us. Clearly.
Amarasa, do you not
Good morning,
understand
Max.
the difference between north and south?
Yep. Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Definitely.
I'm gonna ask Jeros if he's had any run-ins with the fool.
No, our paladin and our cleric have tried many times to reach out to the fool and see what sort of deity they are, if they are indeed one. I have my doubts, if I am speaking plainly. Yes, they have answered not once to either of them. Which,
For the
So
information,
shy.
which
I don't understand it.
does also bring up another point that I had hoped to mention.
yes.
It may be difficult for the second expedition to return to New Haven, you said it was?
Yeah.
Our cleric
Why?
is from Faldria.
Oh, hey, I'm from Folger too.
Are the people of New Haven
Only those from Flamehearth. If there were
And-
Faldrains who were in the city when we left and they escaped with us,
have you... Do you know of any other Faldrians who perhaps are residing in New Haven, and whether or not they are being treated poorly by the people of Lord?
not that we're aware of.
They better not be.
Yeah, damn
Everyone
right.
there has banded
Anyone's
together
a
as
Jerk, Mr.
an individual
Pagel item.
people. There is not really there is not a delineating line any further anymore of Luridian to Faldrian. They are the people of New Haven. They are the people of this land. This is their home now because they cannot go back. Unfortunately, none of us can.
And you said as much yesterday, but you failed to elaborate. Why can we not return? Do we believe that the Order of
Can you
Cinders
answer
would
this?
be...
Oh yeah,
Healy
go
could
Healy.
probably answer that.
So, my little friend, well, he's not little, he's a very big friend, but I've named him Friends. He's got the, light on his head. You know him, in the Pale.
You befriended the Pale Light?
No.
I'm still trying, okay? But he let us live. And we are able to get through. One day he will accept my friendship, but right now,
Before you continue, please, how did...
Sir, it's just easier to just listen to the explanation. Don't put too much thought behind it.
That's like asking an ocean not to be wet.
You know, it's like
We had a magic
something in the
box
ocean not to
that
be
they
wet.
did not
don't
want to
talk
destroy.
about the box that like that.
That is.
Are you
comment.
sure that you all are quite all right?
We're
No.
fine.
Anyway, so my
I'm
friend
having a great time.
Amarasi might not
in
be.
the Pale
The rest of us are fine.
said that we could go through this one time, but if we come back, we're gonna be murdered.
And anyone else who tries to come back through the Pale would just be destroyed as well.
Yep.
It was given a mission of some kind, created for that purpose, to prevent people traveling to or from this
So-
place.
We may indeed then be trapped here for the rest of our lives.
There is no
I
maybe.
prefer
is
to think of it not so much
100%
as being not really trapped as much as it's like this is home now.
Yes, but a home that we did not choose. At least
We don't
did
always
not
get to
for
choose.
this to be this our home.
Really a home to go back to anyways, so...
Maybe perhaps not for you.
No, my home's fine. I'm from the woods.
And I am from Vold.
I don't know what that means.
And if you were only here, boss would know what that means.
So, on a much more light note, does anybody want to see something cool?
No.
No.
I mean, I think we should pack up and head out.
Well,
I think,
mean,
I think that's a good idea. Let's do what Zam says.
I can head out and pack up much more effectively than you. He teleports 15 feet into a tent by accident.
Whoa! What?
Whoa,
Where
hey.
did Amarasi go?
If only we were so lucky.
Is he gone?
Again, if only we were so lucky.
Maybe his magic messed up and he's part of a tree now.
Emeraldy is just
Invisible?
So
like
I'm just starts fucking packing down his shit.
Oh well.
Emeraldy just super confused. It's like, I'm over here.
Oh,
Like,
hi,
oh.
Marcy. Frankie said, "Oh, we're leaving."
Yep. I'm gonna. He just starts pushing everything into the bag of holding.
No,
I'm
you're
gonna-
supposed to take it down first. Put the
No, I can just.
put the thing in the-
It can just go into the bag of holding. I promise.
Well,
and then I'll
I mean,
just
we're
teleport
leaving the
it.
encampment here. We just need to grab
Oh.
our things, really.
Well,
yeah.
then
Just put the thing back out of the bag and put it. Just leave it on the floor, okay?
holds it
yeah,
out
just-
of
just
the bag
grab-
again.
Grab your
For
things.
clarity, where
Let's
are
go.
we going today?
Northeast to catch up with the second expedition, I had thought.
We're going to the new village, aren't we?
Well, yeah, we need to pass through that way anyway. We're following the
Okay.
river.
Okay.
'Cause didn't someone say something about going all the way north?
That's where the first expedition went, but as far as we know, that was the last direction they were headed. But we probably want to gather our strength with the second expedition and, strength in numbers.
Yeah. One step at a
Travel
time.
Far
around.
north is the second expedition.
They're northeast along the river.
We had departed from the river some distance to the northeast. I had tried to go northwest, but I seem to have gotten a bit turned around.
Where did your injury come from, might I ask?
You were
Right.
injured?
I unfortunately slipped and fell onto a rather pointed stick.
I hear a
Happens
lot
to the
about,
best of us.
about falling onto
yes, the
things.
It
Danger
truly
point
happens
stick,
to the best
yeah.
of us.
I
Well,
I
that wasn't
definitely
very
rolled
clever, was
insight.
it?
Perhaps it
So
was a
just
bit...
to be clear, we're not going all the way north.
Not currently. That was
We
not the
can
plan.
we can follow the river, right?
Wow.
Amarasi,
Who are
what's
you
that
inciting?
insight for?
I'm trying to see if he's being truthful about falling on a stick.
As far as you can
As-
tell, he's being pretty truthful.
Well, good enough for me.
So, just hypothetically, let's say I have a doom box that I shouldn't take all the way
I understand that.
A
Could you
doom
not
box?
give all our information away?
north. Very scary box. It's fine. I just can't
Oh,
take it all
Christ.
the way north.
What do you mean doom box, and why can it not go north?
You know what? Never mind.
Amarazi, do you speak Draconic?
Yes, I do.
No!
Max is both going to be shocked, and then he's going to say, again in Draconic, you're one of them.
Emerasi is just gonna say back to him in Orc, "No, you." And then he just shrugs.
The best part is, he said to you, "You're one of them," and you responded with in Orcish, but to him it just sounds like.
Wait, I
That's
can
why I
understand him.
shrug.
I can order
As
it
if
and say,
only
"What
to
are you
drive
doing?"
home the point.
So I just point, like grunt a little bit, shrug.
Perfect.
Oh, we should
I'm gonna
probably do
reply back in Orcish. What are you talking about?
Emeraldi's going to say in Primordial, stuff.
Just
Nobody's
stuff.
Yes.
Just saying the word stuff.
Jeros looks at you and says back in Primordial. Why are
Alright,
you
I don't have
saying
any more
stuff?
He just says back in Primordial. Oh, I was just seeing what languages other people knew.
Is everyone just arguing now?
Sam,
I'm gonna
what
say
the hell
no.
is going
Sam
on?
just puts his pack on and is like, well, we're
Sam, should
going
we
that
go?
way. And he just starts
I'm gonna
heading towards
say
where the
it's
village
Let's
was.
go.
I'm gonna say in
Guys are
Elvish.
speaking weird languages.
These guys are a little in their own world.
Elvish.
I mean no offense to you, but you all seem to be.
Nice, nice.
Was that in common?
That was in Elvish.
All right, okay. Another language I don't understand.
I'm gonna say in Elvish, fair enough, and then look at Squealy and say hungry and give her some food.
Well, I'm heading northeast now.
Nubway.
Zam, should we just go?
Zam is walking. He's heading northeast
I'm
now.
walking
All
with
right.
Zam.
So, what
assuming
direction
you
are you
all
all
back.
headed?
I am
Well,
teleporting
along the river.
northeast, 15 feet at a time.
I thought I heard north and northeast, and it can't be both.
I thought we
Towards
were
the
following
Not
the
with that
river.
attitude.
Along the river.
So that's one person saying along the river to the north.
I'm just gonna go with
Along
that.
the river, yeah, along the river.
2 for along the river going north. I'm Rossi.
3.
Okay. Max. Doesn't care?
Doesn't pay direction. Just
Just-
three.
Just walk.
Does it matter? Just go? Healy.
I'm timidly following behind. The more north we get, the more scared I get.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Coward. Coward.
Do you? No, you're
I-
not getting to hold the boombox. I don't trust you.
I would see that facing this way.
Yeah.
You know, you could have messaged me on Discord, right?
Sunbun's giving him the hook. Give him the hook. Get him off the
I was
stage.
going to place the order during the break, which is going to be here in just a moment.
Now, how
Also,
long
for
is the
future
moment?
cases, Discord is probably better because it's in front of me. Love you.
I think in future you should just keep poking him and hoping for the best.
I just want to say 10 out of 10 for effort, though.
I know.
Oh, 11 out of 10.
10 out of
for
10.
effort.
Maximum effort for just something randomly behind me that I'm not seeing.
No way.
So, you all head out to the north. We are going to take a quick little break. Let's say we come back at the 15-minute mark. Does that sound good for everyone?
That was good for me.
Yeah, sounds good.
And then we will continue.
All right.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. So, especially because we do not want to go over the time that we have for dear Tommy here. We do not want to go super late. Let's get
Okay.
right
Me.
to it.
So, just quick thing. 6 p.m. EST is the ending time.
Yes.
Okay.
Thereabouts.
At least, yeah. Because anything past that is going to be past midnight for horns.
And that's in like an hour and 45 minutes, I think. Math.
Thereabouts, yep.
Okay. Cool. Math is fun. And Healy still isn't here. Everybody spam ping Healy?
I saw her for a brief moment.
Yeah. And I know she said something in
Oh.
the Discord.
There she is.
Right, back.
Not speak
my
of the devil and
jacket in
she
the
shall
kitchen.
appear.
Ah. All right. So, you all head out. Headed north. All right.
Following the river, yes.
Go ahead and make your cartography, navigation checks along with any other checks you guys are doing.
Oh my god. This is where the rolls get bad.
Well, I
Oh,
might as well
actually,
just-
actually, I realized you're traveling through areas you've already mapped, so you don't need to do the
Yeah.
cartography. But the navigation, which you will have advantage on since you have a working map to go off of.
Can I pray and walk?
I'll
I got
say
a
yeah.
15 total on navigation.
Bruh.
All right.
I'm praying on a little animal symbol that I have.
Okay.
Fumbling it around in my pocket almost.
Who are you praying to, and what are you praying, Amarasi?
Specifically to life. And I'm praying for information on what happened to the first expedition, if not the second. Because we still don't have solid, clear answers for either.
So I'm gonna say, if you're trying to talk to life, which I'm gonna say is more along the lines of nature, that would be a nature check around you, and you would have to be more of a druid.
Okay, it's probably not then.
For who? So for praying, either you are opening yourself up to just whatever cosmic forces are in the area or wherever, or you are specifically directing towards someone or something.
I am in the nature of asking for information from any source, so opening up myself.
Okay.
That's another 19, by the way. I just realized that.
It's not 20 though, is it?
I know, I've gotten, I think, 4 19s this session out of maybe 6 rolls.
Not good enough.
Doesn't make the ball.
So, you guys are navigating just fine. Healy and Zamtarok. So, Healy, you find tracks that are animal tracks.
Ooh. Ooh.
It looks
Have
like
I seen them before?
It looks different to it looks similar to the elk that you had seen previously. I want to say if I remember correctly, you had seen an elk previously,
Yeah.
but a bit different.
Smaller or bigger?
Smaller.
Okay.
Maybe I'll... Oh, since I don't need to use cartographer's tools, can I forage as well?
You can.
Since our map's already mapped out. Okay.
You can indeed.
Oh, never mind.
You actually you find some twigs and stuff like that to help replenish your one tinderbox.
Ooh, okay.
Can I tell how fresh the tracks are?
You can tell that they had passed through within 15 minutes ago.
I'm gonna follow those tracks.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna tell anyone. So I hope you're paying attention.
Zamtruk,
Yeah.
you find... Since you're following along the river, are you looking more towards the river, or are you looking more towards the woods?
More towards the river.
You find in the river, while you're kind of walking along, you see some holes. Like in the dirt. You start looking,
Ooh.
and you find some freshwater, if I'm not mistaken, freshwater mussels.
Ooh.
Cool. Gonna scoop them up.
Amarasi, we're going to come back to you in a moment.
Okay.
Healy, you split off to go chase after these tracks.
Yes, as I should.
Okay. Is anyone reacting to that, or... Because you're not doing it stealthily, right?
No.
All right. Is anyone reacting to that, or are you all pretty much on the lines of Healy will find her way back?
I would
Healy does
shout
Healy
out.
things.
Yeah, I would shout out something along the lines of, "Oh, Healy, where are you going?"
Following these tracks.
Okay, have fun.
Okay. And you start following the tracks. So, you follow the tracks for some distance. Also, just for your information, today it is Normal temperatures, no wind, and light rain. It is the 29th of Nunine.
Awesome.
So as you are traveling, following these tracks, you do see some ways along them. It looks similar to the deer that you had seen in the forest of Teresius. But its fur has a striped pattern to it.
Ooh.
You can tell it's a doe, it is not a buck.
I'm going to cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
And I'm gonna kind of whisper, but not really like whisper. Just kind of a silent speak and say, I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to say hello.
You see it head snaps towards you. Its eyes are, deer in the headlights sort of looks, so to speaks. And it starts, beginning to move, like it's gonna run away.
Wait, do you have a name?
What's a name?
Do the other creatures that look like you call you something?
We don't call each other anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, I'm Healy. I'm gonna call you Stripey.
And it's just sitting there staring at you, still looking like it's ready to run away at a moment's notice.
Do you have a name for what type of animal you are?
There's just my kind and things that are not my kind that eat me, and things that are not my kind that don't eat me.
Oh. Well, don't worry, I'm not gonna eat you.
Okay.
I just want to say hi.
Hi.
What can you tell me about these woods?
I don't know. There's
What do you
people-
eat?
I eat grass like this, and we try to stay away from the things that are like you that eat us, that live to the north.
Like me, like an elf? And I point at my ears.
Not quite, but very close.
Okay. Are there more of you?
Yes.
What area of the forest do you guys live in?
I don't want to tell you that.
That's fair enough. Have you ever seen a squirrel? And I point at Squealy.
That's one of the things that doesn't eat us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Squealy's gonna wave.
I mean, the deer's not going to wave back.
Okay, thanks for talking to me. Bye.
Okay, bye. Now,
Now I'm gonna walk back.
okay. I would like
'Cause
everybody
I
except
can't
for...
exactly carry. I would like to hunt it, but I can't exactly carry it, and we're about to go to a village, so it might go bad.
Okay. Real quickly, I would like everybody except for Amarasi to deafen and watch for the hand signal to undeafen.
Oh.
Amarasi, while you are walking and opening yourself up to anyone, While you are walking along the shore, all of a sudden you feel a slight resistance, and you look down, and you are once again standing in water similar to last time. Disturbing a perfect, smooth, glass-like body of water that extends as far as the horizon can see, reflecting just nothing but stars overhead. And you see, sitting in a chair half of obsidian and half of quartz, the same androgynous figure you had seen previously.
I take a step forward, and then I remember that last time, no matter how far I stepped, it didn't bring me any closer. So I just kind of come to a stop. And I shout to him, I have some questions if you're willing to answer them.
Every question is an exchange, an interaction. What do you give in return?
Perhaps I answer a question and ask a question. Surely, being locked on this island, you're not able to learn of what's outside of the Pale.
And how much do you know of the world outside of the Pale?
To be honest, a drop in the ocean, but how much do you know of the outside of the Pale?
Perhaps more than you realize.
Then, if you do know of outside the Pale, you've already given me part of an answer. Not what I meant to ask, but something.
And you are the one wanting answers from me.
I am.
And so,
Well,
you are the one who is coming to make the transaction. You will tell me something that you believe is of worth. I will determine the worth, and what sort of answer merits an equal exchange.
interesting. Are you aware of the heart of the plague?
Of course.
Do you know where it is? Its story?
I do.
Do you know how it came across the Pale?
You haven't told me anything yet.
You're right. The heart of the plague was taken by what we call the first expedition. I'm sure you're aware of that. Removed from the island and taken to a city called Flamehearth across the sea. It rested in a temple for some time. The people idealized it, they worshipped it as the ashes of a prophet. But you know better than that. And I'm not sure they deserve to know. Either way, it wouldn't matter. Flamehearth has since been destroyed and the box evacuated with the survivors.
With
And
you.
yes, if you can see the island, you know that it was taken back. And I'm sure that you know that we're traveling north.
You still haven't told me anything new that's of worth.
You're right. I'm trying to gauge how much of the world you can see. I can't tell a story if I know you've already read all the same books I have.
But to tell you what books I have read and have not would reveal to you the areas where what you have is of worth.
So I'm recounting events.
You are telling me of things I already know, things that
I'm
are
aware.
painfully obvious. Which is why I have told you things that I believe to be painfully obvious. I know of the heart. I know of Mulroth.
Normally, when one walks in looking to complete a transaction, the other begins by setting the price.
But a price must be first evaluated. You
So-
have so many things that you don't know what they're worth. And worth is subjective. Back on your continent, those gold coins in your pocket were perhaps worth much. But here to the people of this land, how worth have they been so far?
Me, the gold coin. You're right, of course. The gold coin is only of value because people gave it so. It was allowed for exchange. But for me, they remind me of going back. Eventually.
Sentimental value is not value unless I hold the same sentiment.
You're
And
right.
you are wasting time.
I expect that you want to go back eventually. This is a trap for you, or at
How
least
do
a
you
fortress
know?
that keeps you in.
That is bold of you to presume to know what I want.
Then why does your influence not spread beyond this island? You clearly can see out.
If you have an exchange to make, I suggest that you offer quickly. Your time is running out. And
I can
As
teach you
soon-
then.
as soon as the entity says this, you feel ever so slowly the water level rising, now above your ankles, reaching ever so slowly to your shin.
Interesting. I can teach you then of a knowledge that no other person knows. It is to me alone.
And what knowledge would that be?
The meaning of the small stone dragon I carry.
You have piqued my interest. Tell me then.
Emerasi pulls out this stone dragon. It's made of black marble, and it's been cut fairly intricately, but the head is totally incomplete. And each foot has a symbol on it. And he holds it and he says, "This is an indicator of, well, everything I've learned being an anthropologist about people. Specifically, each rune in each foot has a meaning that's almost contradictory to the whole item. Black is a symbol of death, most often, as can be seen on your throne, unless this is a world of opposites. But it's a symbol of death. Dragon, the same. But On each cut in the foot is a symbol of life. Take the back right foot. It means life and light. Follow the light and leave your life behind. So many people give up whatever morals they have for the lives of themselves and others. For family, friends.
And what you are trying to convey to me is the nature, the essence of human nature.
The nature that I have seen and tried to ascribe.
And how has that nature coincided with the reality you have seen, with flame earth being burned to the ground?
I'm not sure yet. I've never had a chance to discuss with those flame keepers. I've never had a chance to learn why they did what they did. If the town I had come from had been raised as such, I'm not sure I could disagree. A slave city, full of castes, full of pain and suffering. I don't know who deserves to be burned and who doesn't. But I know that people, most often when given the chance,
By the way, the water
choose
is
to
now
help.
at the upper part of your thigh.
Interesting. I know that people, when most often, are given the chance to help, even if their means are poor or cruel to another.
You have given me very little. And so, your answer will be not but a paltry one. Ask your question quickly, young one.
The water is now at your hips.
To be honest, I wasn't expecting to see you today. Damn. Why can I not think?
Tick-tock, Amarazzi.
The water is now above your belly button.
Can we one day leave?
Possibly. The power of that could very well be in your hands.
Next time I'll bring you something, hopefully, better worth the exchange.
That is, if we meet again, Amarazzi. But for now, you best be on your toes.
Oh, and I just started listening to the elevator music.
Just trying to get Healy now.
Hello?
Someone get Healy? She's not looking?
Begin the spam pinging process.
There we go. I think I've got a. Oh.
So as soon as the entity says that, you feel the water now beginning to move. And you are up above your belly, walking in the river rapids. You're feeling a strong resistance against you. Everybody else, except for Healy, you see Amarazzi, who's been walking spaced out, walk into the river and just continue walking up until the water is above his belly button.
Amarasi!
Amarasi, it snaps back now, and you see and you hear some of them yelling for you.
Some of them. One of them. Amarasi looks around, kind of
Clearly one.
utterly confused.
What the hell are you doing?
And kind of like looks to his hand to see if the dragon is still there.
It is.
And then he starts trying to walk back to shore.
Okay. So, your clothes are wet.
Yay.
You're trudging around. Thankfully, it's not cold, because that would impact a bigger penalty. But you are traveling with heavier, wet clothes. So I'm going to say that's a -1 to your morale.
Yay. I love -1s.
What was that?
Am I out of the shore, or out of the place now? The river?
Did you move out of the river?
Yes, I would like to.
Then
Sure.
yes.
Amarasi kind of looks around and is like, okay. So, by kind of sheer accident, again, I was idly praying for some of our questions to get answered. And I spoke with the fool again.
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 You spoke with him before.
Yes. We had a discussion on the nature of religion, I suppose.
Uh-huh.
And
Was that in this discussion or the previous one?
no, this discussion was I was looking for answers about specifically the first expedition, because something doesn't line up with that. But regardless, I tried to speak with, or to get some of my questions answered, right? And
Uh-huh.
I tried to pray to the stone dragon, or at least I used it to pray. I don't know. It's how I never mind. So
What were the answers?
the question that I asked was because we did an exchange. I answered a question.
Which
But-
was...
Those weren't important. The important part is
They are
that-
important.
Not yet. The important part is that he told me he is already aware of at least something going on outside of the island. He knew that the Heart of the Plague had been taken from the island and that we had brought it back, and that was how we got through. He knew that. He's not locked in here, at least in some capacity he can see outside. That's the important part.
What was the question that you answered that he asked of you?
The question that I answered was about the stone dragon that I'm holding. It wasn't a good answer for him, so I only received a poor answer to my question. But that's why it's not important to me. I asked if there was some way we could escape. I wanted a paltry question. And he said perhaps you hold it in your hands.
Great. So, when you spoke with him the first time, what was that about?
I'm not sure. It's almost like his personality, or their personality, or it's, I don't know. Its personality waxes and wanes to one direction or the other. The last time I spoke with him, he was, or they, I don't know. I'm terrible with entities. The last time I spoke with them, they were much more open for discussion, but this time they wanted an exchange.
Interesting.
But they know that we have the box and that we're bringing it north. They know the story of how it got off the island and how it got back.
Well, that's great. Did they seem more interested in it?
They almost shrugged it off.
Okay.
It wasn't important to them, but only the fact that I was telling the story wasn't important. I couldn't gauge their response of how important the box was.
Okay. Well, maybe we not, wander off on tangential interactions with a deity we know nothing about and walk into the rapids of a river.
It was a manner of controlling the time spent in the realm. They were going to drown me if I stayed too long.
Well, that seems incredibly benevolent for a being of power.
It was certainly interesting.
Nothing like having fools talk to other fools and getting foolish things done.
And the one person that actually wants to talk to the fool doesn't get to.
Interesting. Yeah.
This is rude.
If you get a chance to talk to the fool, prepare something.
I'm not even there.
Oh.
I mean, you could have been saying that to Zamtrark, I don't know.
Yeah.
This is still good general advice. If you get a chance to talk to the fool, and I think we should continue to try because they're the only piece of true information we can find, then bring something, a piece of knowledge in return for exchange. I'm not sure what they're looking for, but perhaps we could find something.
You're assuming they're not lying to you.
I'm assuming that if they wanted to lie to us or keep us in the dark, they would just not accept our calls.
With the name like the Fool, you honestly believe that they aren't a trickster in nature? You honestly believe they would give you the information you seek just on a whim?
Not on a whim for an exchange.
Oh, think Amarasi. For once, think about this.
They could
An
just be manipulating us, and you, by extension.
If you wanted to manipulate us, they would have told us something.
They have. They've given you some information that you are taking as direct proof.
How
I had an
Almost like we
interaction
shouldn't
with
be
the fool.
going north.
How would
You're
they
not there
have known
much.
about the box's travels?
Because they're a deity connected to the weave, and thus connected to this land.
So they were being honest.
As far as you know, they were.
I'm not
being
saying
honest.
we shouldn't take what they say with a grain of salt, but it's another piece of information that we can try and use.
If it is true.
That's why we don't just go off it on a whim. But it can give us some direction as to what to look for. There's something off about everything to do with this whole story.
What do you think is off? There must be a reason that you are thinking that something is not right.
The true fates of the first expedition, or Darrigan, they just don't feel right.
Okay. Well, the information that was given to us thus far, and the information that we have seen, per se, is that one individual died due to an anti-venom, anti-poison plant, which we have found is actually dangerous because of we actually investigated it. Someone took it for granted and fed it to someone and it killed them. Darrigan was the only one who has claimed himself is the only one who survived the expedition and that everyone else died. We don't know that to be true at all. But we do know Darrigan left here and got back and took this thing with him. And then we return, or we come here after terrible cataclysm occurs, and the fool seems to only interact with us when we are totally open, and it doesn't seem like your answers were what it was looking for. So it gave you a poor answer in return. So if it's a manner of harmony and balance, because it's connected to the weave, and this island seems to literally be a living scale, great. At least that's something that we can stuff. If it's not a living scale, and the fool is entirely manipulating us, you, everyone else on this island, or continent, then we can take nothing for granted, which I suggest we do.
If a true god is manipulating us to such an extent, the only way to understand it is to either fall into their trap or take what information and follow up on it. I'm not saying we instantly accept it. I'm not saying we instantly accept Darrigan's words. I still think he's a manipulator in his own right, but we can use it as a basis for looking for answers.
I got some twigs for the tinder box. What's going on? I'm wet. I'm gonna ask you, why you wet?
Oh, we're still walking.
Would I have walked up in this too?
This is not a stop point.
Yes. I'm going to say by this point you two have caught back up. I'm going to say actually, Horn, since you were just grabbing twigs along the way, you were here for the entire thing.
Oh.
Because you were just picking up twigs.
I made a new friend!
I'm wet because of you, Horns, this entire time.
And now Horns is uncomfy.
I'm gonna go back to collecting twigs.
I'm going back into the woods.
Guys, let me tell you about my new friend.
Hey,
I named it
Healy. Hi. Someone else talk to the fool.
God damn it! Why?
Why do you want to talk to the fool?
I mean, fool to fool. Why not?
Well, I mean, if we're doing fool to fool, then that has already been completed.
Ooh, that's the big one.
So are you saying I'm not a fool?
I'm saying that if we just want one fool to talk to another, this conversation fulfills that pretty well.
Well, did you even get any useful information?
I got that he knows about, that they know about the box and its story and how it's here and how it got from one island to another.
So that means we're not going north anymore, right?
How's Jeros taking all this information, by the way?
He is just watching all of this stuff, like, trying to not say anything. But you can tell that he is just, like, hugely concerned of, like, what the fuck are you all doing?
Amarasi just awkwardly points to him and is like, You're a third party in this. Do you think the best way to track a manipulator's lies...
do not even begin to bring me into all of this. This is entirely your mess. I appreciate the help you have all provided so far, but this is definitely not for me to step into.
I highly disagree. Now that you're on this island
Max,
and there's no way for us to leave, this is entirely our mess, comrade.
Jeros is going to fall after Max.
I'm following after Max too.
I'm also walking, but I'm still talking.
We all just run away from Amarasi.
And as I'm running behind him, I'm like, why are we still going north?
Because we're reaching the second expedition, Healy.
I think on Healy's...
You don't
can just
get
open
to
the
think.
door, right?
You've done enough thinking for the rest of us.
When...
It's led us to nowhere.
Oh, okay.
When we find the expedition, we should
Give me
stop
1 second,
going
everybody,
north.
real quick.
Okie dokie.
I'm sorry. He got the one. He asked for the beer back. I'll get back into this. Don't
That's
worry.
okay. That's okay.
Okay, I need a pinky promise from everyone right now.
I'm
When we
not
get to
giving
the
you
second
shit.
expedition, we don't go any further north.
I'm with Healy on this one now. Like, it pains me. It pains me to agree with Healy, but
Also, next time you talk to the fool, tell him I'm coming after him.
Hey, if we don't want to go north, do you know what isn't north?
The bronze tree?
Thank you, Healy.
You know
You're
what?
welcome.
okay,
You know who can
see,
speak with plants like a bronze tree?
You know, no one honestly needs you to talk to plants.
It's fun.
We don't
I'm
need you talking
definitely-
to our food either. Miss makes
Do you-
friends with everything.
Did I not catch us an elk?
Did you?
I start waving a stick in front of Healy and say, "Can you talk to this?"
I mean, maybe.
What's he
Then I
saying?
just talk to it. I don't even cast the spell, I just talk to it.
Keep coming, going.
Healy, why don't you talk to all the poisonous plants and just tell them not to kill us? Because that'll do it, right? Definitely.
Let's not take
Why are
that
you
tone
being
with
so
Healy.
mean to me? You're the one who didn't ask important questions.
What question would you have had me ask?
I will burn this entire place to the fucking ground. I swear to God.
How about
And
we
why'd you
just
kill
keep
Deshaun?
walking?
So, Healy, why
could've
don't
done
you
it for
start
you.
walking into that river, and when you start drowning, tell me a good question you can think of.
I can cast water breathing. I don't know why you're trying to tell me. I can also turn into a fish, so I'm not useless in the water.
Very helpful. Very helpful.
I'm just still wandering towards that village.
Oh, Sam.
Max is going to break off away from everyone. He's like, I can't take the idiocracy of this place anymore, and just hooks a hard right and just fucking walks.
Okay, well,
Bye, Max. Have a
Hey.
great time.
we'll see you at the village. It's north of here. Keep walking. Still heading towards where that village was along the road.
Stripey. They're very nice, but very timid.
Oh, did you find another animal, Healy?
Not listening
Yeah,
to
I
any of
did.
that.
It looks like a deer, but it has stripes. And it's small.
Oh, that's cool.
Max, when
Yeah.
you turn off to the right, are you just continuing in that direction?
I'm just straight. If I run into a tree, I sidestep and just straight.
So, because right now you guys are a little bit north of where your camp was. Max, after about 10 minutes of walking, you come across tracks.
Okay.
They look familiar. And you look to the left, and you see a bunch of foliage that's been cut partially through.
Going to set it on fire. I cast firebolt. I don't care.
You
I
cast
will burn
firebolt.
my way right through this thing.
You cast firebolt because there is a light rain, because it's been raining. It doesn't catch, but you burn a hole through it.
Smokey is sad.
To push through, that's all I need. Cool.
So you're now heading.
Whatever way is through that hole I just made.
Okay. And you haven't told me that you're using any particular navigational tools or anything, so.
Nope. I'm not. Because I literally cannot with it anymore.
Okay. Gordon, roll a D100 for me, please.
You got it. 1D100, go. 62.
So
Okay.
close.
Where it sounds you never want to hear your DMs make.
So, after you throw this fire and you start walking through, you hear someone yelling something. and they seem kind of angry.
Nice.
And as you push through, you see an elderly lady on like a walking stick, and she seems quite perturbed. And she's saying something in a language you don't understand.
Then I'm going to retort back in a language she doesn't understand. What do you want? I can't take it anymore. I gotta hear people talking about weird shit. I gotta hear people talking about a language I can't understand. As he just starts to like build up his anger, you see his hands start to alight. He's like, oh god.
This motherfucker found the second expedition.
She walks up closer, seeing like your reaction, and just like puts like a knowing hand on your chest. Reaches down, scoops up some clay, and does the painting on your forehead, and then does the same on hers. And she goes,
You gave me quite a startle there. You seem quite upset.
Sorry, ma'am.
Who's talking to spooky people now?
I don't. It's not your fault. I have idiots for companions. Except for one, maybe two. I'm
Wait,
sorry.
who's the second one?
Definitely not horns.
Is it just Zamtarok and Boss, I assume?
Yes.
Probably.
So we have the 3 brain cells and the 3 no brain cells.
and she goes,
And so you decided to wander away from them?
Yeah, it's not my brightest move, but in all honesty, it's the only one I can think of without committing. Is there a word for killing your teammates? Friendly fire.
Friendly fire is probably the least friendly.
Oh my fucking god. God damn it. Friendly fire isn't.
Yes. Well,
Is this lady's name Marjorie?
So, what are you
will have to
wanting
choose
out
which
here in the
one.
woods, then?
peace and hopefully some quiet for a minute. Where am I? Please don't tell me I walked into a village.
No, you are some way south of the village right now. But if you want peace and quiet, this is the place to find it.
Oh, thank you. Thank Bahamut. I swear to God.
You okay?
Thank you, ma'am. Did I put a hole in something of yours? I'll figure out how to fix it later.
Oh no, I just walk through these forests quite often. It's good exercise.
You do look spry for your physique.
Well, a walk a day keeps you walking. The moment you stop walking, that's when you die.
Sure. It's a good way to put it.
But I think it's probably best for you to go back to your friends. I think you will find the peace and quiet that you're waiting for.
With those, you do not know, and I wouldn't call them friends.
Well, in places like this, the thing closest to a friend is probably a friend. And friends are important to have. And don't worry about the hole you made, it'll be fine.
Are you heading back to the village then?
Oh no, I don't live in the village, sweetie.
Fine. can you at least point me in the direction so I can go meet up with these Snarls friends?
Oh, of course. You'll find them just up the trail that way.
Thank you. And may your walks continue evermore.
And then she disappeared.
Thank you.
So you follow along the trail for quite some time until it meets up with the river, and up ahead of you, you see the group.
Oh,
I
hey,
want
Max.
you, Max, in the roll 20
Okay.
to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
He cursed you.
Just put your... Oh, hey.
Never mind.
All right. Very good.
Best face on everybody.
Very good.
You fail. Your brain melt.
Nope.
Not yet, anyway.
So, you see the group ahead of you, and you catch up. And for everybody else, you see Max catching up behind you.
Before I get too close, though, I would like to use my magical awareness for the second time in this since I've had a rest. And glean the magic she put on me, so that maybe I can replicate it.
So,
If you like, I can repost that so you can see what it does.
whispering something to you
Ooh.
real quick.
Okay. Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So you catch up to the group.
Yeah.
What do you all do?
Get your back.
Hi. What's that? What's that stuff on your face?
Did you meet a native?
What?
Are you okay?
Did you meet a native?
You see him like squinting at you. He's like, "What?"
Did you meet a native?
Oh, that bitch.
What's wrong?
Are you okay?
What?
What's wrong?
What? Oh.
This is both great and the worst thing ever.
I think something happened to Mac.
Emerossi takes a stick in his hand,
I
And-
don't hear us.
makes
Don't.
it say, "Hello there."
I look at Emerossi and say, he's gonna murder you.
Zam, what's up with Max?
Either he can't hear us or he can't understand us for some reason. And
Do
it
you
looks like he
think
met a
it's-
native.
Do you think
He's
it's
got the
that
goop on
clay?
his face.
Do you think it's the goop?
It's definitely the goop.
Max is going to turn to the stranger of the group. God, what's his name again?
Jeros.
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 Thank you. So look
You're
at
welcome.
Jeros and go, please say something to me.
There's something to you. And you hear him.
Did something happen?
Max is going to put his hands together. He's just going to, at like the end of his face, he just goes, I don't know what happened, but I can't hear you. And he points to the group. He goes, but I could hear him.
Yep.
And you can hear the river and everything else.
Well,
Yeah, and he's just gonna like kind of pan as he's noticing that he can still hear all the other sounds. He goes, okay, so I can just hear everything but you. And this is both the greatest and worst day of my life. And he's gonna look at Jeros and he goes, don't repeat anything I say. I don't care.
We can all hear you.
Well aware.
Can he see the stick that says hello there?
when he explains that, Zom's gonna turn and just keep walking.
I'm gonna follow. I'm like, okay.
I'm
just gonna-
going to kind of look at Max and kind of squint my, be a little bit suspicious and like, are you sure you're okay?
Well, are we walking or what?
We've been walking. You caught up to us. We didn't stop. Your
Walking
little
is
finagle
for
is
I guess
not,
we're
yeah,
walking.
it's not enough to...
You can't understand us, Zam.
Max, are you just walking with them?
Yeah, it's cool, actually.
Well, as soon as
Fine.
as they're like starting to like move on, I'm just like, all right, cool, and then just starts walking.
I mean, the fact that the grumpy old asshole can't understand us now is kind of wonderful.
Double-edged sword.
I feel like that's not gonna be good.
I'm gonna tell JT to yell random words at Max as we're walking.
I'm going to say that you would have to teach JT random words to yell first.
I would like to just have 3 sticks that keep saying hello there.
He doesn't hear them.
repeat. Interesting.
Hey, Jeros.
Can you turn this off?
Yes.
I will
how
turn off
can
the
he
sticks.
understand you and not us?
I don't presume to know anything about whatever is afflicting your friend.
Well, he got the goop on his face, and something must have happened that
So
messed
if
him up.
we
Have you been
splash the
speaking
goop off his
Elvish
face.
to him?
No, I spoke common with him.
Okay.
I mean, I don't foresee any major problems with this.
I kind of usher to Zam to say, "Come on, walk forward a bit faster."
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on here with Max, but I can dispel it if we need to.
Let him have some peace and quiet.
Sure, if you really,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. I think that'd be great.
I'm just saying we have the option to get rid of this, okay?
I would like to use detect magic on it.
If a combat occurs, we get attacked. We probably want to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Or
This could work out.
Let's just leave him alone for now. You can detect magic and dispel it later.
No, I
So-
detect
Needs to
magic
chill out.
doesn't hurt anything.
wait, can he hear our the noises we make?
No.
He can't hear us walking or anything.
Any
So we,
noises that you
clap
all
at him?
make.
Man, it's
Nope.
a really great day outside.
Amarasi,
How happy he is.
you
Let him
cast-
have this.
you cast this, and you sense that Max has a curse.
Do you know what's wrong?
Who just cast that on me? What are you doing?
I don't believe that you can see someone cast detect magic unless you're actively.
He has the aura that detects magical effects.
I have
Yeah.
magical
Then
awareness,
yes.
so yes, I can in fact see
What
it.
the hell?
Well, I can't hear shit.
I told
from
you to leave him
clearly.
alone.
You know,
Just said leave
definitely.
You
him
can
alone.
hear.
Clearly it's
You can
spread.
hear him.
No, clearly it's spread. I don't know what you're talking about. The no hearing disease clearly
He's trying
spread.
to have a nice day, okay?
I
Just let
was
him have a
just,
nice day.
curious.
What
I'm gonna
happened?
use.
It was.
What did he
and
do?
It says he's cursed, but I
Oh.
don't care because he seems happy, so it works for me.
Yeah, the spell magic won't do shit, I'm afraid.
I'm gonna cast Druidcraft on Emerasi to make him smell the skunk smell for bothering Max.
Okay.
Rossi, you smell a skunk.
Lovely.
We attacking each other? Why is there magic being cast at each other?
I mean, I
Tom just
guess
looks at him and goes,
'Cause
I don't
just
know,
give
you
me a
old fuck.
reason. Just give me a reason.
Emerasi flicks a small rock at Healy. That does 3d damage.
I think we're getting
if
a
it
little bit
hits.
sidetracked here.
I told Jeros to let
Come on,
Max.
Sam, let's just go. Let's just go.
I told Jeros to let Max know that I made Emerasi smell bad for bothering him.
Jeros looks at you and then looks at Max, who had just told him, "Don't repeat anything that the group says to you." And then looks back at you, and then looks back at Max.
I am definitely throwing a rock at Healy.
and the PvP begins.
It's a 17 to dodge it. A 17 or higher dex save to dodge
Do you want me
Okay.
to summon a beast?
Can I try and intercept that rock?
I'm gonna say no,
Because we're
Okay,
ahead of the
Somewhat
group.
forward.
Because-
Yeah, of course.
because you don't. By the time that you would see that it's happening, it would be too late for you to react.
He does know I can call lightning now, right?
it. You do know that I can call lightning now, right?
Before we go
Sounds
any
like-
further with this, Amarasi, are you dead set that you are throwing this rock?
I'm just throwing a normal rock. Yeah. I won't use catapult.
It's-
I'll just throw a normal rock.
It's a ranged attack that you have to make to hit. It's not a she
yeah,
has
I
to
was
roll a
going to
certain
use
amount to
catapult
dodge.
originally, which does have a DC, and then I'm like,
Yeah.
no, that does
Oh.
3d8 damage. That would be kind of.
You should probably roll to hit
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
ranged
Uh,
attack.
at disadvantage.
Why at disadvantage?
Are you proficient with rocks?
I am not. That is a good point.
You're not.
Because a rock is an improvised weapon.
Oh wait, I am not rolling
Holy
a 20.
shit!
That's
1 day. You need to put 1 day.
Oh,
yeah.
it's an hour. That's fine. As
There it is.
expected. As expected.
Question: does it hit Max instead?
Oh,
I don't feel like the angle is correct for
that's
that.
a
'cause
natural
he's still
one, by the way.
behind
Can we
us.
get that on the
Yes.
board, please?
They're literally
the
right
board.
next to each other.
So
I hope you hit Max. God, I hope
Amarasi.
you hit Max.
you grab a rock off the ground to throw it at Healy. And as you go to throw, it crumbles in your hand, and you realize what you grabbed was not actually a rock. It was a dried turd from a creature that had passed through.
This poor creature is probably kind of malnourished. Like,
No, it's just been here for a while.
interesting.
Why is he picking up shit? Oh, he's a bigger
Oh,
idiot than
Rusty,
I
what
thought.
the hell?
That was just so awkward.
Oh,
It's like,
Are
okay.
you okay?
I just
I
keep
think
walking.
the interaction with the fool has really done him in. Messed up his brain. Max went off in the woods and got screwed up. Can't hear us.
not being able to hear anybody is
Next
great.
time I am just using
Apparently
lightning
he's
bolts.
cursed.
I feel bad for you, Jeros. Like you gotta deal with that. I just have to exist.
Jared, Jairus looks over at you and just like, You have no idea.
No idea
No.
of what?
Unfortunately, my friend, you have no idea. You think this is bad? Try doing it for the last 2 months.
Mind you guys, you all can hear Max. He just can't
Yeah.
hear you.
Okay, understandable.
So,
I didn't realize that Max hated us this much.
Let's
I knew.
just get to camp. We're getting off topic here.
We're still
No
walking.
more rocks. No more
Yeah,
picking
no
up
still-
poop, Amarasi. No
Make
more.
sure you wash your
Oh,
hands.
Dom didn't see that. He's literally just walking, just head forward, just like,
You know,
if you all want to kill each other, I don't care.
some of them, not so bad. 2 of them, I could really choke right now. I don't want to kill any of them, but my god. Like, just 2 minutes in a ring. I wouldn't hurt the little one. She doesn't already know any better. Now that guy points at Emerasi. Goes, that guy. I swear, he's just like he's supposed to be so smart. And he talks about how smart he is. He's just so dumb.
I don't actually think I've ever boasted at my intelligence. My tool usage, yes.
Close enough.
Intelligence? I don't think so.
Out of character, but close enough.
but Amarasi, you're hearing this because he's saying it out loud.
Wow.
And he can't hear you.
Just
My exact
Okay, so,
response is
yeah.
just like, I don't think I've ever boasted about my intelligence.
I think it's like Sam's just so high and mighty, but at least he can back it up half the time. Horns. Oh, God, she's just horns.
Oh,
But
he can't understand me, but
I was waiting
I'll
for
take
the-
I'll take that.
Ah, Horn, she's a bard.
it's
That's
like,
literally-
he looks. It's like
Hard things.
boss just wants to get paid to kill people. Like our dynamic's not that hard. I just can't take it half the time. I just want to have a nice, calm expedition where I'm walking and discovering things.
Boss just wants to
No.
get paid to kill people?
No, we gotta sit here and we gotta debate and talk
I knew
to
he was a
gods,
fucking assassin.
literally called the Fool.
You know he can't hear you, right, Sam?
I know he can't hear me. This is actually really important.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looked at Bob. I knew you were a fucking assassin.
Knowing boss, his response probably would have been along the lines of like, I never hid that I'm an assassin.
Yes, but lies by omission are still lies, boss. And as much as you're like, I'm so upfront, why would you not like me? Lies by omission are lies by omission.
Jeros, your party can't be this bad.
Are we
I mean,
there yet?
They didn't help you find your daughter, but it can't be this bad.
Like I said, you have no idea.
You know what? I'll give it to you.
I yell back, I did heal you. Even though you can't hear me. Oh, you
Jeros,
hear me, let's hear it.
Jeros thought that you were talking about him. I thought Jeros thought that you were talking to him, so he's just like, a fair point. A fair point.
I mean,
I might be stupid, but I can fix you.
I'm honestly confused, Jeros, as to how. You said you have a cleric and a paladin. Your cleric is from Faldria, and you also have Leafin. I don't know what exactly his abilities are, but
Oh,
You
he's
were
a
like-
scout.
you said, I need to find my daughter, and their response to that was, well, fuck off, old man, we're doing what we're doing. And they just kind of,
No, they were more than willing to take the word of a dead man on this continent when he wrote that she had died. Someone of the blood of House Tetros would not simply be so unaware to have a throat slit by assassins.
So you're telling me you think the story is a little suspicious too?
Wait, she was killed by assassins?
Yeah, she fucking was, which doesn't make any sense.
He doesn't hear you.
he doesn't hear.
Man, I'm so sorry to hear that. But, like, why would assassins be here?
Precisely to my point.
Did your family have enemies?
I'll be right back.
Not-
How would the
Lily,
enemies
not-
get
Alright.
to this place?
None that were among the expedition of the first expedition. Nobody that would have the means or reasoning to kill my daughter here. Which is why I suspect, at the very least, when it comes to my daughter, that the report from Esgor that she had her throat slit by assassins is hogwash.
What did your daughter
personally-
do?
That is... You see, he's, like, slowing down his walk.
Well, we can't have that. I cast Long Stride out. No, I'm kidding.
That's...
Was she not a scholar?
No, she was not. She was my daughter, and that was to be good enough. She was to be married. But she did not want the marriage. She did not favor the marriage, and so she ran away.
Oh, hell yeah.
God, that's terrible.
Yeah, that happens.
Sucks.
But she ran away on the first expedition.
She ran away from Vaughn to numerous places, and I kept paying for different people to find her, and they kept reporting her in different places until finally I got word too late that she had departed for this damned place.
I mean, it can't be so bad. I beheaded a guy here. He's kind of an asshole.
And if she is indeed gone, it's my fault.
Don't be so hard on yourself. People decide to do things all the time. You can't dictate somebody's life.
How long ago did the first expedition come here again?
That was about 50 years ago.
Do you know how experienced your cleric friend is?
She's quite experienced. She spent her time as a healer near the battlefronts of the war between Faldria and Lorid.
Oh.
Hence, why I suspect she may not be so readily welcomed at this new city you've made.
I mean, that depends on her aspiration towards how she felt about the Order of Cinders.
To be frank, I don't know.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we probably ought to ask about before we bring the second expedition back. But I'm assuming we'll hopefully be at this village soon, so we can gather a little bit of supply and move on and catch up with your friends. So there is that.
Yep. So I'm going to say you guys finish your travels over the next 2 hours.
I'm
And
gonna
arrive.
whisper to Horns, hey, did you have an arranged marriage?
No.
So it's
Yeah,
not
Horns, why
like
did you
a
leave
thing.
Are you coming onto me, Healy? Is this like a what's going on here? I know we're in sync and everything.
I
but
mean,
marriage?
asking whether you're married isn't really a.
Yeah.
It just.
I asked if you had an arranged marriage.
No.
Not do you want to arrange a marriage?
That's not even
No,
necessarily
no,
asking.
no. I have not a great need for settling down and starting a family at the moment. I want to
Sounds like
make
neither
something
did
of
his
myself
daughter,
first.
but
I want to make something of myself first.
I mean, we're doing it.
Oh yeah, we're doing it.
Daria City, exploring a continent.
Exactly, we're doing it, right?
save a part of a
So
city
did
from
you
being
leave
burned to death?
because of an arranged marriage?
No, I left because of all the
Politics?
yeah. So Folgia was a very war-ridden place. It was very difficult to feel comfortable. You became used to war, and it was something that after I feared my father had kind of left the place to go to war for King Decima's men. I think that after we heard that he wasn't coming back, me and Mom just left. We headed
Yep.
south. We went to a quieter place, and although Theresias was lovely, and we had a nice little lumber mill. We were, we're quite strong breeds as tieflings, and
Right.
we could work wood fine, and we did great as a lumber mill. But it was just
A lumber mill?
boring. It was quiet. It was. So
Did you know a
quaint,
bald
and
man? Who wore a hat?
You might need to be a little more specific there. In all my life, I think I've met a couple of bald people.
I forgot his name.
Is
He was
Horn
nice.
your family name then?
No, it's a nickname. I broke a horn, see? So I just
Oh.
got called Horns.
So they called you Horns because you have only a horn.
Yeah, I don't have horns anymore.
Huh.
Right.
You should try living in a city of slavers. They're quite interesting.
Oh.
You know, you keep using that word, and I don't think you know what that word means.
I'm pretty
Like-
sure I do.
Can we go
Ruin, that
inside
was his
now?
name.
Someone making you walk into a river to drown is interesting, and living in a city of slavers is interesting, and I just don't think you do.
Ruin and Lewin, that was their names. Or
But
something
anyway,
like
Horn.
that.
Yeah, they don't ring a bell, unfortunately.
Okay.
So you ran a lumber mill.
Yeah, in Theresias. Yeah, with my mother.
Is your mother still there?
I believe so. We haven't been in contact for a while, but she know that I had to fly the nest a little bit. So I headed north, back through Lorid, where we travelled through, and here I am. This opportunity came up, and it was something I needed to take on to really make a name for myself.
Oh, well.
I'm curious. Does anybody
No.
regret being on the expedition at the moment?
Nope.
Nope.
I'm having a great time.
Same.
I mean, our alternative if we were in Flamehearth is death, so yes.
Anything's
I
better than death.
definitely don't regret being on the expedition.
Definitely.
Jeros looks over at you,
like that
Maximus,
one. You like that
and is just like, perhaps I was mistaken. Perhaps you do have the worst of it.
You see, like Max look over, he's like,
Beyond the death of Flamehearth, giving up whatever you came from to go to Flamehearth and join the expedition. Do you regret that now, any of you?
Being
No.
at sea constantly, regularly going into and out of combat on the ocean, the fear of being burned alive in a ship, or drowned, or murdered, or tortured, or enslaved, or all of the above? No.
It's exciting. We're
It
finding
was
new
exciting.
things. We're making a name for ourselves. We are the
Yes.
next
To ride
expedition.
a boat.
Amarasi, are
Yeah,
you
he
saying
got to
that
ride a
you're,
goddamn boat.
are you
Come
saying that
on.
you're regretting coming on the expedition?
No, I'm more regretting that it was Flamehearth that was burned.
As opposed to...
I always thought it would be interesting if it had been the Draconic City that had been burned.
You see, you're using that word again? Do you have some kind of vendetta against the place that you lived? Because you said it was
More-
interesting living among slavers, but it sounds more like you hated them.
I don't think any person who could enjoy the company of someone who makes business of taking free will away is worth spending time with.
So, were you a slave? Did
I
you
know
know
I
someone
can't hear
who
them,
was enslaved?
but can I see if Jeros' face changes at that statement?
His
No, I
face is in the
can't hear
same sort of state of just like, holy shit, y'all have some issues. And it's been that permanently throughout, and he is not relaying anything as per what you told him.
No, I'm just looking for like if there's any signs of like, all right, maybe I should know what's going on type of deal.
It's the
But
same
if he
as
is
it has
bewildered,
been.
shocked, then yeah, I'm just gonna be like,
Being that he has gone to full fucking shock now, yeah, probably nothing to worry about.
Rossi kind of skips over the question and is just like, well, I went to Flamehearth to kind of get away from
Being
the
a slave.
stigma within the city. And it was disappointing for my first time visiting another true city and seeing it burned. I'm
He
not
looks
even sure that I would
confused.
say that Flamehearth had any true people worth raising a city over. They had some interesting policies and strange ideas, but it's quite a loss, I think.
Yeah, that's part of why Deshandro is dead now.
Do you think Dishandro is either truly dead or that it will actually stop his forces?
I
Is
cast
this your
silence
horseshit
on
about your
Amarasi.
past doesn't matter?
Sorry, I missed that.
Or just casting
I
silence?
cast silence on Amarasi.
I give Horns a high
Disappointing.
five.
So real quickly,
I'm making the area around Amarasi.
the thing is though,
So he can't talk and he only
You're-
smells skunk.
but here's the thing. Unlike things like light or darkness where you can pick something like an object and have the sphere follow that, this doesn't have that. And you all are walking while you're talking, which means you will pick a spot, he'll be silent until he walks 20 feet.
Can I make it like a 20-foot cylinder through where his head would go?
Nope.
Oh! Fine. I'll accept fate on this one. And we get a moment of silence for the
Okay.
best part of 3 seconds.
oh god, I can't wait to see how that gets roleplayed. Just and so I
So-
kicked a child.
So Amarasi, I want you to just say whatever you're saying, but mute yourself for the first, 10 seconds of it.
Okay.
Also, you realize that you don't hear yourself talking, so...
I just
So
stop
anyway, we-
talking then if I can't hear myself.
Are we
Oh, okay.
at camp now?
So,
Well, you
look,
all left
the
here.
village in the distance.
are we out of the silence now? Or do you want to wait another 5 seconds?
Don't make me do it again.
I was just like, oh look.
So while you all are walking up ahead of you, and Jeros even begins to point, he's like, ah yes, there it is right there ahead. And you see ahead of you the village. It has a little bit more to it than the previous village that you had. It's actually got some semblance of almost like a dock that's been built. It's not modern, but it's got things like that to help with some things. as far as like fishing spots, bringing rudimentary basic things for trade on and off of smaller boats to transport. So you've reached the village. What do you all do?
Do we need anything?
I'm gonna go have a look around at least. There's some
wanted
bits
to know
that
if
I want to get,
particular
but
stuff
I
we
want to
wanna
see
pick
what's
up.
around first.
Sure.
I would also like to
And-
see what's around.
Feeling very suspicious about this place.
I also think that my question needs an answer at some point.
No.
What question?
Okay, I'm gonna go explore. Bye.
Emerasi just follows Horn to go explore the village.
I'm
I'm
just going
gonna
ahead.
Jeros, if they have the undead in the city too.
So far, at all the places that we've stopped, they haven't had the undead in the city per se. And he starts beginning to like kind of ramble, about some of the things that he's found, and then eventually by the time you guys are already at the city gates, he goes, "Oh, but back to the point that I was making. Not in the city, but more in a sepulchre in the outskirts of the city, a tomb."
Uh-oh.
So I'm not going in that gate. I'll be in the woods.
Okay, Healy, have fun.
Hi.
I
She going. That is hot.
So I'm gonna set up a little camp in the woods
Okay.
and just hang out.
For all of you, as you're walking around the...
And I
Oh.
set a good camp.
You set a good camp. For those of you who go into the village, you see that it's a different sort of village as far as how it's built than the previous one. Here, most of the buildings are made out of wood, not with any sort of stone. Similar sort of thatch roof, but instead of them being circular, these are more like a typical house like you would imagine, except built with wood for the outside.
How large is this town?
So this village, it is still fairly small. Most of what you see is you've got like a little bit more as far as like the number of buildings than the previous village. Still very small buildings though. The part that does take up the largest area though is right next to where stuff is brought off from the river. You have multiple people, unlike where back in Nahioro, where they had like a blanket or a rug on the ground in front of their house where they would do trades. Here you see just a little ways away on the dirt near the shore, multiple blankets or drugs on the ground where people are doing trades.
Oh, okay, okay.
All right, you got it, Max?
I begin to head towards where the kind of rugs and stuff are laid out by the where the boats and stuff will come in by the dockside.
Okay. So you head over to basically the bazaar.
How bizarre. How bizarre.
Do, 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 do.
Ba-ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
And I instantly leave the bazaar. No, I kind of peruse around and I'm looking for any kind of raw materials, I guess. If there are anything like coal, any kind of amber, for example, that kind of thing.
So you start looking around, and you see a lot of what you see that's being traded is mostly things from animals, so furs or leathers. There's a couple that are selling meat. One that's selling different things that are made, like different objects that are fashioned out of bone. And you do see a couple that are trading things like some vegetables or grain. As far as things like coal and amber, you don't see a whole lot with that. You do see some that are selling basically different types of jewelry that are made out of painted wood carvings.
Ah, okay. I'd like to head towards a merchant that is kind of trading within furs,
Okay.
and I kind of go up to them and I say, "Hey, I really like what you're selling here. Do you have any bat
The moment
fur
you
by any
walk up
chance?"
and start talking, he does the hands, like fingertips touching the brow, and does the bow.
I do the same.
I would like to try and rudimentary translate for him.
Okay.
Are you my translator, Amarasi?
I guess I am. You said you were looking for bat fur, right?
Bat, yeah. From bats.
So Emerasi does a little bow and then kind of asks for bat fur, except I assume bat would probably not be a word that I would have picked up.
Make an intelligence roll.
Now's your time to shine.
Alright, just like a bland intelligence? Just
Blank intelligence roll, yep.
okay. Intelligence for the sake of intelligence. Hey, nat 20!
Another nat 20. Mark it down.
My first nat 20 for a while.
Oh,
I'm just an expert at Rogan.
So at first you realize you don't know how to say the word. So you start using the rudimentary understanding of the language that you have to start speaking with the older gentleman, longer beard, teeth missing, all that fun stuff. And you start trying to ask about, and then you realize halfway through asking if he has that you don't know the word. So you start saying basically like, what's that creature? It flies at night, squeaks. It looks like a mouse, and you start describing it, and he tells you the word. You now know the word for bat.
Yay!
very
I was
nice.
just gonna say flying rodent if I didn't know bat.
You learned bat.
You
do they
also
have any
learned
fur?
the words for a couple other creatures.
Oh.
Because of, while you were trying to narrow it down, he started asking like, oh, do you mean this? And when you asked him about like, is that, and then like describing it again, he's like, oh no, it's not that. That's this kind of creature. So you know about bat, you know about woodpeckers, and you know about seagulls.
How'd you get from a seagull to a bat?
Well, see, they're both flying rats, right? One's just a more literal rodent, and the other's a less
About
literal
bats
rodent.
like that.
While you two are having this conversation, he, from one part of his rug, grabs a pile of some smaller furs and holds them up. He does have bat fur.
Amarasi, I need this!
So, Emerasi kind of looks over to Horns is like, so do you know what you're gonna trade for it?
No.
Well, we'll ask
what he
Bryce
wants.
I can
and see.
Yeah, see what he's after.
So
What,
I ask.
what is there a currency here?
I ask first if, like, there's some method they use for trading, and then I ask second what the cost of the bat fur is.
He looks confused. They don't have a currency system. It's bartering. What are you offering?
So I'm gonna look to Horns and be like, it's probably bartering then. Do you have anything that you think is worth trading for bat fur?
I have a few good berries. You
I
can describe how good they are? I mean, you can persuade him, right?
mean, I'm not really overly charismatic. I'm more.
Believe it or not, Amarase, I can't do it. Because nobody understands me here.
Well, if you
This
say
is
the
all
exact
anybody.
word, the exact convincing words you think, and then I translate them for you as best I can, right? We'll try it that
How
way.
about you just try really hard and I cast Bardic Inspiration on Amarase? And I believe you can do this.
Okay, well, what are you? We still need something to offer. Like, we can't just be like, oh, I'll give you some of my fancy magic words if you give us the bat fur. Like, what do you have to offer him?
I reach in my bag and I pick out 2 good berries that I have in my bag, and I pull a shit fruit out as well.
How old are these good berries?
Fairly recent.
Is that they're expired good berries, or are they good
They're-
berries?
They're okay berries. They've been in here a while.
So you're trying to give him two berries. You know what? Never mind. So I translate. I'm like, my friend here has an offer. He is trying to offer 2 berries and this food, and I hold up the shit fruit.
He.
They must know what shit fruit are, right?
He seems offended.
I didn't say shit fruit.
He
I did
seems
not say
offended.
shit fruit. I just said this fruit.
And he's
I
like,
just said this food.
Uh-oh.
And so I kind of say of like, listen, I'm trying to get
Hang on,
trade
Amarase,
across to
hang on. I kind of scurry through my bag, and I find you out of character. You never did anything with that leather, did you?
No.
So I still have 10 pounds of leather in my bag.
Okay.
Yep.
So I scurry through my bag and I pull out kind of like like 2 pounds of leather, and I kind of pull it up quite excitedly, and I'm like, "Oh, this?" And I hand it to Amaras and say, "Hey, try part with this instead. If it's furs that they do, then
real quickly before
leather
that
might be useful."
happens, we'll go with what Zam just did.
Probably
Zamtruck-
just like he's watching this interaction between you two, reaches in his little pouch, pulls out a copper piece, looks at the guy and goes, points at it and goes, shiny, points at the bat fur and like goes like this, like he's giving him the shiny and taking the fur.
The
Ross
man
seems-
like curiously takes the coin and like
Bites it.
and he says something to one of the other people who's doing trades out here at the bazaar. Amarasa, you basically hear, you understand it basically. He's like, hey, look at this. And they all start looking over and like talking about it, trying to figure out like what to do with it, and then hands it back to you and shakes his head.
Okay.
Seeing the success of that,
They want useful things. They don't want money.
Yeah, Amarasi
Oh, you
like
think?
kind of stops and like they specifically said that they were trying to figure out the use of it, and I would have interjected and told them the use of it, but I have no idea how to say it's only valued because some idiots across the ocean value it and make
Because you're a
that
great salesman.
convincing.
So what you would tell
really
them
well done there,
is,
Amarasa. Really
it's
well
for
done.
jewelry. You wear it because it's shiny.
That's a good point. I could say it's a lump of metal that you can melt down into jewelry. Or
metal, yeah.
you could just say it's a shiny thing to wear. You're right. I don't have to overthink
Shiny
this
thing to
story.
wear.
So
Introduces them to electricity through.
Amarasi pulls out Amarasi like Can I grab
Here's
the coin from you?
power.
He'll hand you the copper. He's like, it's.
Okay.
Just tell him it's jewelry.
Emerasi picks up the coin and says, "It is a piece that you wear to them."
Shiny.
Jewelry.
The man
I
looks.
mean, I don't know
The old
the
man
word
looks
for
at it
jewelry.
confused and just basically asks you like how to wear.
You tie it to things.
There's no way that you could tie. You would need like a hole in it to tie a string onto.
They're
Yeah,
gonna
it's-
call their ancestors on you guys.
Emerasi just hands the coin back, picks up the leather, and says, "We have treated skin to trade."
Did you actually treat it though?
Skin.
I
It was tanned, I believe.
Dried
skinned it
and
and
Yeah.
tanned it.
It
Yeah,
has not been worked because you
It's
did
not
not use leatherworkers.
It's not
tools
worked.
to-
You're right.
It's
So it's just kind of
worked.
worked skin.
But it's
a
still
raw
usable
skin that
material.
is-
So he
It's raw skin. It's still
usable.
usable material.
Yeah. So he takes the leopard skin and fur and looks. And to you, Amarasi, because you understand him, he basically says like, "It's not good grade, but I could probably make it work. Yeah, I would trade the flying mouse for this. Yes."
So what is
Mouse.
the word for that animal?
The word for bat in the native tongue?
No, for jaguar. Like I'm asking him.
Or the
what-
leopard?
Or,
Oh,
yeah,
he
the
gives
leopard.
you-
Why am I forgetting that?
Make an intelligence roll.
Okay. Buttons. Not so
Okay.
great this time.
Much better.
So, he tells you, but you don't quite like the word isn't really sticking. It sounds really similar to a couple other words you've heard before. So it's one that you're probably going to get easily mixed up in the future.
Right. I'm gonna be like, oh shit, there's a jaguar, and they're gonna be like, what? Berries? Let's go get some.
But yeah, so the merchant seems to be willing to trade the bat fur for the unworked leopard leather that you're giving him.
Okay.
Woo!
We
I-
complete
I-
trade?
oh,
Yes.
I do.
And I hand
tried
the
to-
bat
yeah.
fur over.
Oh,
he-
thank you, Amarasi.
And he does the
I do it back.
Yeah, I do a little bow.
And come on! And I kind of grab Amarasi by the arm and I pull him around a couple more shops, knowing that I
Shit.
now can battle with leather.
I just
Yes,
got
I
how
have
much?
an 8
How
inch
much?
leather in
Real
there.
quickly, how much leather did you have? Because did you pull out all of it?
No, I pulled out 2 pounds of leather. I have 10 pounds in my bag.
So you cut the 10 pounds of leather into 2-pound sections?
Ooh, that's a good question.
How much leather did you just give him?
I hope you
wouldn't
didn't
have
just give him
cut it.
10 pounds of leather.
give him
for-
10 pounds for bat skin.
I wouldn't have cut it.
Well, it sounds like you're a great salesman already, so these people are going to fucking love you, Amarasi.
I'm not the salesman. I am just the translator.
I guess I've just given him
You
10
just
pounds of
performed
leather.
the
then.
trade.
Yeah, because I'm translating.
Oh, okay.
It's not my material. Like, I'm not trading any of my material for his material. This is all a transaction between these two idiots. You don't blame the translator unless they make a bad translation. I made no bad translations.
I wouldn't have even thought about it. Holmes is very nonchalant in the way she does things.
So you just pulled some leather out and was like, that looks
Oh,
like 2
this-
pounds.
this could
Pulled
work.
the rest of the leather out and with it and was just like, ah, whatever.
Yep, so you just gave 10 pounds of leather for some bat fur.
There's my backpack's a little bit lighter.
So,
I think you got to skin another leopard now.
I mean, yeah.
Boy, don't tell Healy that.
Hila doesn't need to know shit anymore.
You can think that all you want.
Well, what are you gonna do? Stop me?
I mean, you do realize who has the Doom box, right?
Hey, man.
The what?
If an apocalyptic event happens, that's just moral standing for me, you know? I can be like, oh, yep, Healy wiped out the world. I'm still better than her.
You'd be the one who gets wiped
How
out.
the fuck is that
That's
any
fine.
form of victory, Amarasi?
That's
That's
fine.
the most
It's-
idiotic shit I've ever heard.
It's a firework victory, and that's all I'm looking for.
I am so glad I still can't hear this right now.
Are you coming along on the shopping trip, Max? Just like, oh, yes. I can't hear any of your dumb bullshit.
So shopping, am I
It's
being
still
dragged
gotta-
along for shopping still?
Someone's still gotta be there to make sure you idiots don't.
Well,
get
no,
killed.
because I've just used all my leather.
Well, I mean, we could
Having a
trade
great
other
time.
stuff, probably.
At Healy Summer Camp 3.0
Like, I
outside
have
the city.
like 10 gold pieces. We could
I have
get away with shiny
17.
stuff. We could get away with
You-
being like, here's shiny
You know how much
stuff.
money I
Are
have?
going to trade gold.
Exactly, I
people.
don't want to do that.
Tell me how gold is useful to any of us right now.
I have 54 pieces of gold.
Well, there's the reason that I have so much copper and silver, because I can trade the copper after I simply punch a hole in it easily.
See, that's a good point, but I only have like 4 copper pieces, and I don't see a bank around here where I can be like, please take my gold pieces and give me shiny gray, not gray ones.
That is your fault for not having foresight.
Okay, but what gold are what gold?
Okay,
What
okay,
good
okay,
are these
okay,
gold
okay,
pieces
okay.
doing for me now?
Okay, look,
Well,
we've
if
come
you
on my
trade them
shopping
for
trip,
furs,
and we won't have arguments on my shopping trip. Thank you.
I think you picked the wrong translator, Horns.
I
Would you like to translate, Zam?
for you.
I will absolutely make an honest attempt.
I will continue to translate, and I will not question your methods. I will question your methods of Samdra.
Be my guest.
Oh no.
Although-
You're
putting
allowed to have an
holes-
opinion that's wrong.
Putting the holes in the copper pieces is a good idea, but I mean, still, gold.
But
is
we need string.
We do need some
I
sort
need.
of.
Do they have sewing kits
So-
here?
That's a good question.
We might be able to get some string.
Those are fairly rudimentary.
Those are fairly rudimentary. You know what they used to originally be made out of?
Bone.
Ah.
What?
They
A
craft
lot of
bone
a lot
here,
of
you know?
earlier
stores
civilizations
around.
would use bone to make needles for sewing.
Oh, for okay. I was
Yeah.
literally asking about string, and somebody was like, "You know what those are made from?" And Amarasi just said bone, and I'm like,
Bone. That would be
Well,
really
because you guys were saying
interesting.
sewing
Bone
kits.
string.
"Yeah." I was talking about the string. So I was like, "What?"
But
I make thread from bone. He's like
Bone
I-
string.
Bone string.
bone string. I am honestly, I'm just gonna like look to Zamtalk and be like, so do we want to look for a sewing kit?
If they have one of some kind, sure.
We don't have any leather anymore.
Well, okay, but we
Oh, yeah.
can trade other stuff for it, probably.
okay, that makes sense. I'm fine.
No.
I have some gold.
No, I can hear him again.
I wonder if they would accept a trade of a magic tattoo.
How would you explain that?
No, I'm not.
That's
I'm not,
the
I'm not
issue at
convinced.
play. Like,
Don't you
I would
have
have
to
to
like
be
stay
like,
overnight on it?
I would have to be like, well, if you let me just see your flesh with a needle so that I can ink it with magic, like that'd be
Can-
difficult to explain.
Can Horn see another fur trader that isn't the one we've just been to?
No.
Ah!
This is not a supermarket. There are not a lot of rugs out with people trading things. There's more than the previous village,
Not a lot.
but it's not a strip mall.
Okay,
I
I'm gonna
mean-
look to Zamtark and be like, I'll look on
see.
this side. Wait, yes.
Oh, you stopped
What?
speaking for me.
Ah.
I respect that.
Wow,
Can
I
you
don't.
can you try and get me a bit of fleece?
You want fleece?
Yeah, like just a bit of
Like
fleece
wool?
stuff. Kinda, yeah.
Sam, what's going on? What are we doing here?
And what
Well,
do you
Max,
think
we're on a shopping trip now.
what do you think we can trade for
Fuck me.
fleece?
I I mean, you use the idea of a shiny gold coin, right?
I mean, but that only works if we make it into a wearable item.
Oh,
I mean,
you
the only
wanna
thing I have to
hammer our
trade.
coins out?
Do you know what? I think Do you
Little
have
by
any
Yuri.
pitons? Pitons?
Okay, bye.
What?
Like they're climbing hook things?
Oh no.
You're gonna trade Python for fur?
Amorosi, do you still have your smith's tools?
I don't really carry smith tools. I make smith tools.
So you could make them. You could make a set of tools, trade them to people here, and we could get things.
They would disappear after.
That is
That's fine. That's fine.
kind of yes. That's actually a problem.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm not
because-
going
That's
to
also
give up
fine.
our only goodwill.
No. It's not fine because then if we upset the entire village, we get
We
a
have
bad name,
problem.
and then we
I'm
do
not
have
willing-
a major problem.
To upset.
Could we maybe make a like
I didn't
settle
realize that
in
your
for the
tools
night?
disappear. Shit.
Yeah, I don't really make them. I spend an hour turning my thieves' tools into functional tools. Currently, they're working as alchemist supplies. Also,
You can
technically,
make
my
them into
armor
smith's
works as smith's tools, but
And maybe hammer
Okay.
some of these coins out. I have heat metal. We can heat them up.
well, that doesn't solve the issue. I mean, technically, we could probably use the.
Wait. Could you make like a metal crucible cup with a handle?
We might
I
need to use a few gold coins, but
assume.
Just as a little reminder for everybody, because I know we don't want to go too past. It is
Yeah.
10 past midnight for horns right now.
Yeah.
oh, it's 11 p.m. right now.
Oh, it's 11 p.m. for you right now?
It's only
Yeah,
a 5
it's
hour
11 p.m.
Well,
I thought it was
it's
6.
6 p.m. here.
Yeah.
Big brain. Yeah, I heard 6, and I'm like,
Okay.
oh, it's worked
Well-
out.
Oh, we've got
Oh,
another
okay.
hour then. If you want another
Nice.
hour.
Well, then we do have another hour then if you all want to keep on going.
I was gonna say if we took some sand literally from the shore and had a metal cup to make bead, we could very easily make glass bead.
Well,
Although
I mean, that
the shore is not sand, it's more dirt because it's a river, not a. It's just pretty far inland, so it's more dirt than sand.
Well, I mean,
Nope, minerals make glass.
Okay, I
I
like it.
can
Shall we?
make the
You
smith's
do also
tools.
have 2 bags of Deshandro's fantastic ashes to.
Oh, hey! We could literally make people glass out of the Chandro.
Oh,
You're not getting my ashes.
You weren't the only one who took a bag.
That is true. I have a bag too.
So,
I think we
But-
should maybe start setting
I mean,
up for the night and discuss
Yeah,
this
we
over a
should probably
meal.
go out and set up.
I have a crowbar. I have no idea why I have a crowbar. I'm so stupid. So, yep, going to bed for a
I'm
while.
honestly, do you want
Okay.
to see if there's a elder or something in the area?
Yeah, we
We can
could
maybe-
go talk to people and actually be introduced, because
I just wanted to go shopping.
I would enjoy that. Yeah.
if they have hospitality, try and stay in town.
If they keep undead corpses or evil madmen who are trying to burn us, you know, the good stuff.
Yeah, you can do that, Amarasi.
I mean,
I can go make
Orange,
camp.
would you be able to identify other individuals?
What do you mean by identify?
Like other Order of Cinders peoples?
Probably more the ones of relevance, but not really. Kind of like Chandra, yeah, sure, seen his face, but just random foot soldiers, probably not.
Okay. I didn't know. other pauldrons had a specific look.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I mean, out of character, you had Descendro, and then you also have horns. Already fairly diverse.
Makes a good point.
Aside
But
from that,
have you ever considered racism?
I actually have to go, I'm afraid.
No worries.
But thanks, guys. Sorry about that.
Do we want to go ahead and wrap up the entire session, or?
Well, I
I'm
know I have to go.
fine with that if needs be.
I don't
Yeah,
anticipate
I've-
anything of import happening within the next 45 minutes, so...
Me and Max are bonding.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's fine.
I
Thanks.
feel like this is a
game.
good bonding experience for all groups, you know?
Yeah.
it's well, no.
Oh, are you saying that my translating isn't good for you? Am I
I
not
just
good
spent
enough?
£10 of leather for some bat fur.
Well, you're
Okay.
just setting us up as very fair traders and idiots.
That's true. That's true.
So long,
That's true.
folks.
No worries,
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, no
Well,
worries.